topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. Oh, we're in the building. Guess who's Bazak? Yo, let me do my stuff right. Oh, shoot. I am back, ladies and gentlemen, gods and goddesses, royal fam, royal priesthood, everyone. I am back in the building. Peace. Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Lord Son. And running the rocket is none other than AD, A Dizzle.
Yeah, what's up? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Sound Daddy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shout out to the craft room. Shout out to the Rocketeers. Pardon me, and the craftsmen. Yo, the board is going to be off the hook. I call it the Sephiroth channel. You know what I'm saying? The jewels are in the building. Shout out to our architects and our orator, the Oracle, and our architects. Coach Kadak in the building. Yes, and Vinny Black Lodge in the building. Native Hero hit us with the welcome back, Lord Son. Good looking. That's Danny Salinas. Man, you got more names than me, brother. Shout out to you. Let me turn this on. Make sure we good. All right, what's up, man? If y'all just tuning in, welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcraft. We will be going in today. It's going to be very interesting and it's going to be fun. You know what I'm saying? Everybody know I wasn't here. So I was over in Amsterdam. The flight was smooth. I had no trouble getting in. You know what I mean? We just went straight in. So all of that stuff is propaganda, man. I mean, I went straight in there and I had a good time. I got to, I seen Shroom, work with Shroom. Also, Jordan Riverbanks, you know what I mean? By the way, Jordan came over to Shroom studio. Shout out to Jordan too. And he played some of Mr. Universe, some of the songs we've been doing.
It was dope.
But I gotta say, man, it was incredible. It was an experience. Man. It's gonna be so crazy. Real. I got so much stuff going in my mind, man. You gotta take it down before we even start the show. I want to shout out to everybody in Amsterdam. It's a good thing. I didn't get to ride my bike through Amsterdam, but when you ride on the bike through Amsterdam, you really ride on the bike. They got bike lanes that go miles. Indeed. Nice. They ride bikes out in Amsterdam. France probably too. I think Europe, they ride bikes. It's good. That's why they are very in shape. The food was very good. You know what I mean? But I haven't been out there in a long time. Somebody said, get him on the show. Yeah, Jordan Riverbanks is incredible. Beasts out of this world. Shroom, I gotta say, man, the family that I'm sitting around and amongst the creativity is mind blowing. You know what I'm saying? Even you, AD.
Thank you.
No, for real, your talent is exceptionally above average.
Appreciate
way
it.
Above average, and I'm blessed to be around so many talented producers and engineers. Surround yourself, for the craft room, surround yourself with positive people, positive minds, people that go forward in their thought process, and it'll help you build yourself up. Still is about building our supreme self, our lantern, genie self, the highest self of ourself, of rubbing the genie lamp, and the lamp being the body, which is what? The Ba. You got the Ka-Ba, you know what I mean? The spirit. And the spirit. The Mer is the light. So it's the Merkaba, spirit, light body. You know what I'm saying? So when you get into that things, it really gets you going, man. It really gets your mind going. It's just as deep as when people, when you're gambling, you start to depend on other levels, like you're shaking the dice and you're blowing on a dice. When you blow on a dice, you kind of like putting the spirit on there. It's like you doing something. In your mind, you're blowing, you schooling them babies. Whatever you say, you shaking the dice. Mm-hmm. So you got some type of spiritual, and you say, ha, you throwing them down. You even snap on it because you want them to turn at the right time. You using some type of powers, you know what I mean? Some type of energy that you put towards something you don't see. So the chariot, when you put it into something positive, people want to say, okay, you're dealing with something that's mystic, but really you use it every day.
It's quantum physics at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. They got a name for it. Category. I mean, you know, when we build and we talk and then we just getting in with each other, you know what I mean? That's higher levels. Because we might say something that sparks somebody's mind or dopamine, make a person feel good. Like I told you, man, sometimes we could just say, how was your day? You know who was a master at that?
Who that?
Bob Ross. That's why I got him right here. Bob Ross take that little paintbrush and he get up there and say he gonna paint blue little skies and stuff like that. You next thing you know, you like this. Oh man, he got this soft voice and stuff like that. What's my other Mr. Rogers, right?
Yeah.
Hello, boys and girls. How was your day today? He put on his top of sneakers and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Switch him off. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day in the neighborhood. Would you be mine? Next thing you know, you watching the whole thing like, yo, what is this dude into, man? Because you want to, I don't care how old you is. When somebody says it's a beautiful day in your neighborhood and they show you cartoons of the neighborhood, you might want to go there. Like Sesame Street. I always wanted to go to Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Do you remember Sesame Street? Somebody said Dipset. Yeah, we're going to go into that. Shout out to the craft room, man. Y'all coming into the building.
This burger.
And our super chat's been low, so I'm back. We got to get them up, yo. We got to get them up because we got to keep the lights on. You know what I'm saying? This is what this is about. Been low, but I'm back in town. New music, new stuff, new whole ideas, bright, on point, and y'all get to see it. All right, so when I was out there, I went to a show. Shout out to Shroom. He told me that Nas is in town, like I told y'all before. Nas, Thundercat, and Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Damn, what a combination.
Story time.
Yeah.
Story time. We have a section called Story Time. This is a story time.
Talk about it.
All right, so I go out there, right? You know, shout out to to the promoters that brought me out there and to my man Lance and everybody from Alaska. I still got my Alaska connect. I'm telling you, we're gonna do a retreat out to Alaska. Shout out to everybody who went to Brother Isaac retreat if y'all went. You know what I'm saying? I know he had that going on. But I'm gonna do my own retreat and it's gonna be with the Podcraft. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to come out when I set it up with my peoples out there and we can get out there and open up our minds. You know what I mean? If you can't make it, you can be at home and open up your minds. Okay. I'm just going to peek back and forth. All right, so, you know, it's one of the days out there. I'm out there for a little while. And so at the same time, just so happened that Nas and Thundercat and Red Hot Chili Pepper, they have a show, right? And so we go. So I call up Flea. Yo, man, I'm coming. And I got my crew with me. I got a couple of people with me. And so we head out to the show. I wait for AD. I'll tell y'all. A very, very good story, yo. Oh, you hear me? All right. So we head out to the show, man. It was 2 hours away. Shout out to the Seer. Anyone knows about Seer and them? You could look that up. Seer and them people. There's the Caribbean people from out there in Amsterdam. A lot of people don't know about them. Mad cool, and yard food, and almost like very Caribbean, but they're from Suriname. Look it up. So I'm gonna tell you why I said that too, because a lot of Marvel from the he's Surinamese. You know what I mean? So, I see Eric. All right, so we go out there. All right, so we head out there to the show, and the show was pretty long. I mean, the traveling there is almost like, I want to say 1:30, but it was traffic and the time that we left because we was trying to get everybody to come with us. So we on our way. Me and Shroom, I'm riding with Shroom. We headed out there, and it was a beautiful trip. You know, got to see the trees and the breeze and the wonderful rivers that's along the ride. You know, beautiful sun. It was like midday. Midday. It was very nice. All right, so we on our way to the show. So I'm conjuring up things because I want to get Nas in the studio. My man got the Shroom got one of the dopest studios I've ever seen. You know what I mean? Laced out, dope. Whole thing is decked out. Shout out to Dro too. Shout out to Hydro and Zab Judah. So they might be coming through later too. And my man Vinny is going to be coming through. So we on our way there. We on our way. So we get to the show, and I mean it's packed, jam. It's not a show. It's a festival. So it's mad people out there. It's sea of people. And so I hit up Flea, told Flea about it. You hear me? Yeah, I need somebody to, you know what I mean? Okay. So I see Flea. I mean, I don't see Flea yet. So I call Flea. Flea put me on the OG list, the GG list, the family and friends. Put me in whoever was with me. I told him I got
VIP?
5. Yeah, the VIP. No, not VIP. VIP is for low. That's when you just want to stand there and you might be on the side. He put me on the friends and family list. I was like, oh, right, all right. So we get on the list. We get there before fleeing them. You know what I mean? So when we get there, it's just Thundercat performing. Thundercat is on stage. So we go straight through the back, me and Shroom. Right? So the guys, of course, they're going to stop us, and they asked us, we had no credentials or nothing. So, you know, he says, yo, man, I got Killer Priest with me. And he was like, so? So he was like, I was like, well, we on a Red Hot Chili Pepper list, and he gave us a little hard time. And he's like, oh, you know, they give you the runaround. Like, yo, don't worry about it. I'll hit him up. I know exactly who he is. I don't think he knew where I was. He had me on the side, me and Shroom, so we had to wait. So while we waiting, we just said, yo, man, let's go, you know, we'll just walk around. So we near the back, and we're going to walk around. The guy kind of like send us, I don't know if he watching this, man, that was wrong. Lucky I didn't tell Flea about this, but it was cool. It works itself out. So we walked all the way around. We had to still wait for him, and so I asked if Nas was there yet, and he was like, nah, Nas is not even here yet. So we walk around through the back, and then so we walking around. They're giving us the runaround. One lady told us to go around to the other side and we'd be straight because we didn't get our credentials yet. So they was like, yo, you got to pick up the tickets and you get your wristband and all things at the door. So next thing you know, they walked us outside of the whole joint, of the whole festival. We had to walk back around and get back out. So we was outside, right? Yeah. So, so, hold on. All right. So they walked us outside. All right. So we went outside. We had to get them, and they gave us a terrible time to get in. So walk back around. We had to wait. We walk in, and all of a sudden I hear, "Made you look" on the stage. So Nas has already came in. This is how long we was back there because we had to wait for the Red Hot Chili Peppers to get there. And then finally, because we was in a split group, we get to the front of the whole joint. You hear me, AD? All right.
I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we get to the front of the whole joint. And they get our tickets and our credentials, and we give it to everybody. So we come in the back, and then finally we see Flea in them. So Nas on stage, and I went on the side. They let us up there, so he was performing or whatever. So I wanted to build with him, and it took a little while. So I had a group with me. You know what I'm saying? We had a little group.
All right.
Yeah.
That little group going on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and Shroom, I want to talk about us getting into the studio or something like that because I know everybody's busy.
Mm-hmm.
So, after the show, Nas, I think he was mad busy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, so he had to go.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to really kick it with him. You know what I'm saying? Like that. But I'm there with Flea, so he had to bounce out. So they bounced. Stopped, said, "What up? Yo, what's good? And I guess he had to do something. So that was that. So then I see Flea. Finally, I see Flea. Flea takes me in the back. He's like, yo, what's good?
Mm-hmm.
So Flea is doing something like, they doing their workout stuff.
Stretching out.
Yeah, they stretch out. They about to go tear up the stage. Mm-hmm. And he's like, yo, don't be on the side. Don't get on the side. Be in the back. I mean, be on the other side. They put us in the VIP section that's super fly. Like we was in the middle. We had to go through the whole crowd.
Friends and family section.
Yeah. So we had to go through the crowd. Mm. And they said AD fell asleep. I know.
I'm right here.
So we had to go through the whole crowd. And they, and then he put us in the spot where the music was, where the
pit, the band.
No, not the pit. Where they control the music at.
Oh yeah, the
engineer spot. But it was like a little dome. It's like a dome. It was like the it was like the cobblestone. It was like like a sea of people around there. Everybody was in there, so we went in there, watched the show there.
Nice.
And I'm talking about it was a sea of people.
Yeah.
Shout out to Flea.
We showed that video from that you sent.
Oh yeah.
Remember that video?
Yeah, show it.
I'll show it again. Hold on. Right.
You try to buy a lot. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly.
Look at that sea of people. Right?
That's my see that crowd? Yeah, pausing on that crowd. Yo, listen, that crowd is a sea. So check it out. They can see that?
Yep.
All right. So Flea goes out there on stage, the whole Red Hot Chili Pepper, and they shout me out, man.
Dang.
They shout me out.
The whole band was there. Anthony Kiedis. Oh, it's open.
I met Anthony. I met Anthony.
Chad.
And
John.
I met everyone, right?
Yeah.
So he gets on the stage, and I'm over there. So I'm texting somebody. I don't know if it was I'm texting somebody. So they're like, shout out to Killah Priest in the building.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, the whole crowd's like, yo. And since Flea said it, yo, the entire crowd was like electric, man. He didn't do it once. He did it
twice. Audience went roaring.
Yeah. And then the guitar player,
John.
John. So John says, Flea, who do you got here with you, man? And he said it again, man. He said, man, I got Killah Priest with me.
Did you go out there, though? Did you go in front of all the people?
Nah. I was in the middle.
You were in the middle,
so it was too far.
Yeah, you're too far away.
I got something better.
Okay.
Better than that.
All right.
After the show, Flea was like, yo, man, come and eat with us. So I got to sit down and eat with them. You know?
You broke bread.
Broke bread. Each of the Red Hot Chili Pepper came in, sat down.
The whole band?
Yeah. Just me and Shroom. Just
Dang.
me and Shroom. Me and Shroom. And we got to sit and kick it. And it was like, it was magic, man. And he told me, he said, yo, man, you should do a book. And I was like, since you just said that, I want you
to do a book.
Yeah, he wanted me to do a book.
He wants you to write a book.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said I should write a book. And I said, because you said that, you tell me what to do and I'll do it. I said, I just want you a part of it, whatever you say. Because Flea is telling me to write a book, I'm going to write a book. Because Flea said it.
Yeah.
If Flea would have put out some crack and did crack, I would have did it with him.
Wow.
I'm just saying, it's Flea.
Yeah. I feel you.
It's Flea, man.
But I mean,
I'm just saying. If
y'all got to do the album first.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not saying don't run out there and say Priest doing crack now. But I'm just saying, whatever he said, I would have done at that moment. Because it's like, yo, man, the legendary group saying, yo, do a book. I'm going to do a book. I'm going to write the book. So I said, oh, yo, man, listen.
Legendary rock stars. Worldwide rock stars.
Legendary.
Actual rock stars.
I mean, the legend was emanating off their aura. Their aura was here, then the legendary was there because, they did songs with everybody. I think, it was an expert. I wish he was here, but it's kind of late out there. Shroom. Shroom knows all, he knows all of the music and stuff like that. So I didn't know they produced the album they let George Clinton. Remember he told us a story about George Clinton? He produced the album for them. But then he told me how they started. You know what I'm saying? They started, I'll let him when he come back on here. Then he's like, Priest, we gotta go hiking. And I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go hiking as soon as you come back. And he said he wants to come back on here on the Killah Priest Podcraft. And we want to sit and talk, and we got to do all the things. We got to finish up our songs. This is not me talking, y'all. This is him talking.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, this is legendary right here, man. This is crazy. Yeah. Shout out to McKepper the Great. Super, super dope. Shout out to the Podcraft, no doubt.
What up,
so
man?
Yeah, indeed. So I'm sitting up there. I'm like, oh man, this is amazing, man.
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sitting up there. I'm like, yo. This is a legend telling me to do a song. Now, I want to name it like I'm going to name my song. I'll let y'all know. Kind of witty, but it's Flea. Since he played the bass, I want to call it Based on a True Story. You know what I'm saying? Let him do the bass, and we'll base it on anything he want to do it, base it on. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm going to...
So it's a collaboration book.
Yeah, and then check it out. So John comes up, smiling, and like, yo, Priest, I love Heavy Mental. Me and Shroom is like this. I look at Shroom.
One of your top albums.
What? That's my first album. I don't know if it's my top album. Everybody out there.
It's one of your top albums. You got a lot of music, but go ahead.
Yeah. I would have to, I don't forget about
so many.
Heavy Mental, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I like Heavy Mental, but Black August was supposed to be my comeback, the original one.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's a little Easter egg for y'all. First one. And then we came out with Black August Revisited, but it was one album at one time. Shout out to Dreddy Cougar. So we had to split it up because I didn't put everything on that one album. So it became Black August 1 and Black August Revisited. So that was, but to each his own, you know what I mean? To each his own. And can't forget about Psychic World. It was a couple, but he shouted out Heavy Mental. Heavy Mental always get the props. So I was happy for that, man. I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I was speechless at the time, and it was a good feeling at the time. And I was like, yo, this is incredible. And it just motivated me.
Yeah.
Told me to continue to keep moving. And all that type of information, all that type of energy, I call it information or energy. It's got that internet. It just keep me going, man. It just keep me going. Word. And I was just like, man, I'm sitting amongst a table amongst legends and the business and legends who did it. And I'm having a conversation with them while eating, and then we started talking about the basketball. And at the time, shout out to the Golden State Warriors also. I had to go. Shout out to my man Guam. Had to go out there. Everybody out there, and had to. I missed the parade, but you know what I'm saying, the end. But shout out to everybody that's out there and enjoying the Golden State Warriors. They had won the championship. Was watching the game, and I made a couple of deals out there, out in Amsterdam, all over the place. But it's a lot of stuff happening. I got some seeds.
What?
Yeah, I got some seeds. I got some weed seeds. I made a deal, and I was talking to a couple of growers. They gave it to me, like 100 seeds. Yeah, we got to talk, AD.
Ooh.
Yeah, got some seeds.
All right.
So they gave me some seeds. It's called Hannah Banana, and it's going to be a killer priest. They let me touch this, and I know he's laughing at the name. Hybrid.
Sounds like something you can have Oceana promote when she's
Hannah
ready.
Banana. Exactly. Shout out to Oceana. So it was a lot of seeds out there. And shout out to Dro too. I ended up going, there's a lot of stories I got, man. Yeah, shout out to Steph. He finally got the MVP. Big up to the Warriors. Big up to Steph Curry for actually doing it and making it happen, man. He finally got it. He deserves it. He's the greatest shooter of our time, and he proved it. He's like a little Michael Jackson on that basketball court, and he proved it, and they won. Big up to the Warriors. Yeah. Sup. I know. All right. So yeah, man. So it was so many things that was happening that I couldn't even catch it all. Shout out to my man Will. He took me to this spot because in Amsterdam they got a lot of weed out there. Red light district, but we was in the red light district. That came up though. But we was in the weed district, the coffee shops. So I did a deal with this with the group I told you it's called Hannah Banana. He's from Oakland, and he got some ill seeds, man. He got some ill seeds, and they gave me, and we kind of like put it together. So I'll have another strain coming out soon, along with my man Dro. Shout out to Dro and Zab Judah. Zab Judah, they might be coming through because they got a boxing match coming up on Wednesday for everybody that's in the LA region. They have that coming up. So shout out to those brothers for doing that. Yeah, somebody said the Dubs, right? The Dubs did it. I'm happy for Steph Curry, man. Being in the LeBron era. And them, because he's supposed to have got it a long time ago, but he finally did it. And the way he did it was incredible because I saw the highlights. He was just throwing the ball up in the air, man. It was just going in the basket like he always do. There was one shot, he took the ball, just threw it and ran back this way, and the ball went in all net. I said, that's the greatest basketball shooter ever, Steph Curry. Sorry for the Boston fans, the Boston Celtics. Yeah, I still got a chance out there, you know what I mean? Leprechauns will one day give you, hope they would give y'all some good luck, you know what I'm saying? But y'all, the Boston Celtics is a great franchise, been around for a long time. But now is the Warriors' times. Everybody's looking at the Warriors. I'm so glad, man. Everybody was trying to dog out Steph Curry. When I was out there, I couldn't see none of the games. I was just out there like, dang. Because the time difference was off. I could see the highlights. But Steph Curry was doing his thing out there. Shout out to that brother. Triple JC, what up? Australia in the building. Steph Better James, yo me. That's by SM Smooth. I'm a shout out to the craft board. I'm gonna look at y'all real quick. 80s, 90s, unmatched. You're talking about music? Steph better than James. Yikes. Well, I'll say it like this. James is like Gilgamesh. He's a big warrior. Steph is a average guy, like a little guy, almost like a little kid. You know what I'm saying? Even though you're a grown man, but shoot, yo. And so I think he relates to more people because you have to be like a superhuman being to be on James level. You know, you can't jump like Jordan. You got to have a lot of people said it was the sneakers. It was just him. He was taking flight. But Steph Curry, you can definitely practice on your shot. You know what I'm saying? But he's definitely the Harlem Globetrotters. Remember them? Steph Curry could play for the Harlem Globetrotters. There was a dude named Curly. He used to do this one shot where he threw it. This back in the day, he used to shoot from half court and always make it. That's Curry on a regular. So that's why I say Curry could play for the Harlem Globetrotters and fit right in, and it'd be all good. Word. Every time he get the balls, doop, doop, doop. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, but it sounds to me like that's just a man with the bone.
Yeah, that's the song. That's the song. Curry is David and LeBron is Goliath. Yeah. Franklin Benjamin, you said it right. Curry is David and LeBron is Goliath, just like that. That's a great one. Yeah, exactly. Special K, I started watching hockey recently, Pittsburgh Penguins. Okay. Hockey's a very violent sport also, just like football. But it's something you have to get into, you know what I mean? To each his own. A lot of people out in Canada, they like and New York, got the Rangers. Mm-hmm. Let's do it. Somebody said they think they were robots. I don't know what that's about. All right, so yeah, man. So I had a great time when I was out there. Also, we got to record.
Ooh, yeah, talk about the music.
Yeah, we got to record. So in the studio, Wish Room. And it was just playing beats, man. And matter of fact, not just playing beats. We were see, I like it like when you have a vibe going on. We would get in a car and we would just ride, man. We would just ride for hours. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Just ride around, go get something to food. And we were playing old music and we kind of like stirred up a vibration that was going on. And then we'll go back and he would make the track and I would zone out and we were just creating it right then and there. It was a vibe. And so, and then Jordan came through with beats. So it was a whole big energy thing that was going on. And then we end up recording. And the tracks that we did, man, I can't wait.
Yo, because you're good with that on-the-spot recording stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you quick. As soon as a beat starts, you quick with the pad, just boom, just going and going and going and going, and then done.
Thanks.
I've seen you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
And then you'd be like, I'm like, already? I mean, I think you write faster than a person can create a beat.
Yeah, well, I guess so. I guess you could say that. Yeah,
that makes you a good studio lyricist.
Well, I like the vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like a jam session, but you're right there just writing.
Yeah, sometimes you can feel it from the beat. You can leave, and I like that sometimes. Like for artists out there, if you ever get into a jam, I don't like to call it writer block because writer's block is a curse. Yeah. Just get up and walk away, man. Walk outside. I'm gonna do that in my Patreon. If you walk outside, get a breath of fresh air, something like that, leave the session for a minute and come back, then you can approach it different.
Get some oxygen.
Yeah, get some oxygen in your system. We had tea.
Hey.
I didn't want to be the guy. I didn't bring Lord Son though. You know why?
Why?
And then everybody was waiting for it too out there. I mean, shout out to Jordan. Jordan was like, "Yo, man, where's the tea?" And then Shroom. And I got to talk about the show too. And then I was like, I didn't want to be the tincture guy.
Tincture guy.
I got a show studio. I didn't want to be like, yo, let's open up the table. Right here is matcha. It's good for you. And
Yeah.
I don't want to be this.
Then they call you.
This is really good.
Then they'll call you Mr. T.
I like that. It's a dad joke. That's good. That was good. That was good. Shout out to Alyssa. Shout out to everybody in Stockton too. I like that. That was a good one.
You have to come out with another tea called I Pity the Fool.
Oh man, Mr. T. What you could have said? Iced tea.
Oh, that's true.
Hey, there's a couple of teas out there. Word.
True that.
You need ice cube inside the iced tea.
Hey.
Word. You can have some red hot chili peppers.
Yep. There you go.
We can do this all day.
With a side of red hot chili peppers, that'd be good.
Yeah. I can do it. I have fun doing things like that.
Yeah.
Because when you baking a cake, well, I don't have a cake name, but you definitely need a baker, right?
Yeah.
You need a baker, right? Then you can have some Al Greens.
Anita Baker.
Yeah. I know y'all about to come and go in. Y'all about to come and go in. Yo, man, make sure y'all hit that super chat. We got Vinny that's gonna come through.
Yeah, we got
special guests.
Zoom.
We got some special guests. We're gonna bring them in a few minutes. I just want to tell them one thing. It's a beautiful thing. The show was incredible out there, and it was my first show opening up. You know, just not open up for anyone. I was a headliner, but it was my first show, and it was very intimate, very soft lights, and it was a beautiful thing. I think it was different, and people got to feel the energy back and forth. So it was a beautiful thing. I think that's going to open up more shows, and I got a show coming out with Raekwon, and just was added to the show, so that will be beautiful, and that's coming up on the 25th and the 26th. Yeah, I got you. Yep. I got you. As we bring in to this is about to be a beautiful conversation that we're about to have. AD should enjoy this. The show was very intimate. It was very good. I didn't get to bring this. Let me hurry up before we get this started. But I was doing cold brew, and I was doing a lot of espresso out there. So I coffeed myself to death, and then I got to my matcha. Once I got to my matcha, everything was up. I had the energy that I needed, and it's a different type of energy.
Oh yeah,
matcha got a different type of energy. This ceremonial, man. Listen, y'all gotta go get this. Mm-hmm. Order this now, because I'm telling you, I had the crazy energy, like boof. And I'm not telling you, I'm being honest with you. Not just because it's my brand, it's because I asked for the best kind. Because I didn't make it, nature did it. Mm. Nature made this. This stuff come from out of Japan, source from some of the best growers out there, and they ground it up in powder. The next I will be doing is I'm going to try to infuse it with some things. We're going to do a couple of things with it, but make sure you order it, because Zab Judah told me, he said, "Yo, man, I lost mine. I need another one." I was like, "Yo, it was like that." Yo, shout out to the brothers too, building with them, and shout out to my man, Tall God Heru.
Nice.
Yeah, he said my man's is back on the board of the craft. I am back, so you know we about to get into it. And I see you, cover boy, with all the foxes. We got more than fox chase to keep going, but right about now we about to bring somebody on to the stage.
I could play Panoramic real quick from Shroom.
Nah, because we're gonna get. Oh yeah. Well, let them in.
Okay.
Yeah, let them in, and then I could
take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Danny Devine. Did KP make a lyrical warrior? Was that a fan made? Because I want to moonwalk off the rocket to one of those songs, no doubt. Oh, this is about to be fun. Exactly. All right, so welcome to the Podcraft. Oh, Vinny, what's good? Can you hear us?
I got him. Vinny, can you hear? Check test. Vinny, you in?
And soon for the podcast, we're gonna have some call-ins. Soon we have that set up for you to call in. Huh? Now, yeah. Oh yeah, Vinny, are you in there? Can you hear me? Peace, my man. Peace. You the only one can hear me. You could introduce yourselves.
Vinny, we can't hear you.
Yeah, technical difficulties. And it was a hard time even getting here, bro. I miss like.
Vinny, you're not muted on my end, but I'm not picking up audio on your end. Check your microphone. Make sure your Zoom has a microphone selected correctly.
Tea ceremonies. Yeah, we're going to do the tea ceremony. I'm going to do it with this one, too. We haven't match up in a long time. Do some match up.
Okay, do you hear me now?
There you go.
Vinny, we finally hear you, man. What's up, my brother?
I'm excited you're back, man. I missed you.
Man, I'm glad to be back, bro. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad for everybody, man. And the craft room is gonna build up. We're about to go in. Conspiracy theorist Vinny. Mike said that. Yeah, they know when you come on, man. It's gonna be some type of conspiracy thing. I already know we're gonna get into it, man. Shout out to you, Vinny. Who we got with us?
Well, yeah, just real quick. I mean, when you told me the topic you wanted today,
yeah.
It's like one of my favorites, and I got a lot of friends, so I wanted to bring on some special guests for you. Real quick.
Yeah.
Now, Dave was busy, but I think he's listening live, and he was willing to maybe jump in.
Dave Weiss.
Shout out to Dave. And I wanted to say something real quick. You know, you asked me and Dave like who's the flat Earth guy, and we both said Eric Dubay is like the godfather of it.
Right.
But I want to say I think Dave is the guy right now, though. Like the eye of the tiger is Dave. Dave's like every day doing a lot of things, and shout out to Dave.
Shout out to Dave, man. Yeah,
a lot. But there's a lot of great flat earthers too, and one of them is a great guy that it was like 5 years ago. I remember this guy was doing great stuff. He was the first one. He did his own experiment on a plane with a level.
Right.
And the video went viral. It went like 1 million and like 1.6 million people watched it. It got big. He was on like Dateline, ABC, getting interviewed. And he was like the first guy who was really doing a lot of experiments and getting flat earthers to like go out there and do experiments.
Right.
And he's got a channel on YouTube. But recently he's went and bought land, and he's kind of doing an off the grid thing. So I asked him as like a special guest to come on. And he's D Marble. So I'd like to introduce D Marble to you and the audience.
What up, D? Now,
I think he did the chat. Yeah.
D Marble, what up? Welcome to the Podcraft.
Thanks for having me on, man.
There you go.
What's good?
Yo, D, you want to tell him a little bit about you?
Yeah, tell us because I'll tell you this. When the last time I was here, I was just on a Zoom, and I was asking AD a couple of questions and about the earth being flat. Now, when I talk to, and I'll let you go in, but when I talked to Vinny told me that he believes that it's like a block, that no one really knows the shape, but it's like a block. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My man over there. Hey, come on, bro. No, but he said it was like a block, and nobody, it's like almost like the building blocks, right? Is that what you meant, like, Vinny?
Well, no, to me, I was saying that, not all of us flat earthers all agree on the same thing. Like you brought up, what's his name, Bro Sanchez, and some people. Dave Weiss has his model. And I was saying not all of us agree, and I think actually. Mine's probably crazier than most flat earthers who believe in the circular dish, which I did for the first 6 years.
Okay.
But then about 4 years ago, I got, some certain questions and certain things weren't adding up to me. And I started thinking that it's possible, and even something crazier, that it's like almost like Pac-Man, Or like the Matrix shows in one of the scenes where it's like he's running in the subway and he pops up on the other side and he's like caught in a loop or like a Matrix. I honestly, that's my personal belief. But I don't know, you know, so I'm still like, there's still a lot of things that we're debating about, you know?
Okay.
But being on a flying water ball or a water pear, according to Neil Tyson, no, that's not possible. But
I see my man laughing.
So
go ahead, come on in.
Well, go ahead, Vinny. I mean, because Vinny and I, we talked about this a little bit as far as what's called the Pac-Man model. It's like the map laid out, and it's kind of like a rectangle, and the idea is that the sun goes like, you know, kind of from east to west, you know, like everybody sees, but and then it'll go through a portal and then pop up on the other side. That's the idea. I'm not the one to debate, you know, because well, my thing is I'll go out and I'll do experiments, I'll do observations, and I'll kind of let my results speak for me, you know. So I don't do a whole lot of talking about it. As far as the model goes, I mean, I still rock my medallion. It's the Flat Earth medallion, and basically the idea is that the sun goes in this clockwise circuit around the North Pole. That was the idea, and I went to go actually check that, right? So I went to Alaska during summer solstice. Now, you know, in Alaska, during the summertime, there's 24-hour sunlight, right? Like, you know, the sun basically doesn't go down. I went out there for 3 days. And while I was out there, I went to one point, it was called Murphy's Dome. Friend, my boy Chris and me, we went out and we spent 24 hours doing a time lapse. I locked the camera on the sun, kept the sun in the shot, and basically had to do a 360 with the camera. So we were like close to the North Pole, and I literally had to turn my camera around in a 360 to follow the sun. So most other places in the world, what you would see is basically the sun just going across the sky, seemingly in a straight line. So I understand the idea of believing the Pac-Man model from that perspective, but I personally went to Alaska and followed the sun around for 48 hours. Went to Murphy's Dome the first day. It was cloudy at that place. They were spraying the stuff, you know what I'm saying?
So
fake clouds.
Okay.
And then, yeah, go ahead.
No, so that we clear on this, you said you went to Alaska and followed the sun?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I mean, kept the sun in the shot, and I had to set it up. I had this equatorial mount, I suppose, and it just, you know, I would set it to go 15 degrees and basically, you know, follow the sun for 24 hours. And then we went 3 hours north the next day to another place. It was just this off the, you know, this rest area. We just kind of hung out there for another 24 hours. The sky was way clear that day, and I mean the same thing happened. We had to follow the sun in a circular pattern. You know, basically proving, in my opinion, that the sun is not just always going from one side of the sky to the other and then going through a portal and then coming through the other side. It's kind of proved that it's not doing that. You know, because I was there. I literally saw it with my own eyes. I got video of it too.
Yeah, we're gonna have to show that. So you know, you said for a fact that you know it's flat. That you followed the sun with your camera.
Oh yeah.
You can say that straight. Okay.
Yeah, I was out there. I was out there. That's what I do. That's always been my thing, to actually go out and test what we're talking about, because you know, action speaks louder than words. You know, we can sit here and talk all day about it's flat, it's not, the sun's doing this, the moon's doing that. But when somebody actually goes out and tests it and brings back video evidence, like there's not a whole lot to argue about that. You know what I mean? So I mean that was kind of my thing. And in the whole flat Earth community, as we call it, that's what I kind of wanted to popularize, that people go out and do their own observations. We're always telling people to think for yourself. My thing was go out and test it for yourself. You know, I'll put up a post and somebody comes along and they're arguing for the globe. No, gravity does this. I'm like, okay, prove it. Prove it. Prove that water, Prove that water maintains a perpetual bulge on a giant spinning ball. Prove that the Earth is actually moving, because I've never felt the Earth move except for this one time that I was in an earthquake in Washington State like 20 years ago. That's the only time I felt the Earth move. Other than that, it's been stillness. So I'm always, encouraging people to go out and do their own observations and experiments.
Okay, I'm gonna look to the chat room. What seasons? Going through seasons.
Oh, wait, should I also introduce the other special guest?
Yes, definitely,
too?
man, definitely. I'm sorry, my brother was sitting up there the whole time. Go ahead.
Sorry, Marvel. So the other special guest, Killah, this is a guy I've been wanting you to meet too, and I don't want to give it. I don't know if I should say the name of the guy, because I know you asked me to get a special guest, right? And we hooked it up for September. I don't know if you want me to say the name.
You can say it. You can say it. You can say it. It's coming. It's coming.
David Icke. Huh? Yeah, you asked me for David Icke.
Say it again.
David Icke.
Yes.
Yeah, David Icke.
Yeah.
So
is he coming?
Yeah, he's gonna come.
Yeah.
So
we got the confirmation.
Yeah.
Reptilian man. But
yeah. Well, Killah, another guy who was big in helping make that happen is Johnny Cirucci, who's on the thing tonight. And that's the guy that I've been working with also. This guy, now to me, like how Dave is the #1 guy right now for Flat Earth, Johnny Cirucci is the guy for Jesuits. This is the Jesuit guy, and he's also a Flat Earther.
Okay.
So Johnny Cirucci is the guy. He wrote 4 books. When I first met you, working with Johnny Cirucci also. So he also was a big part in helping get the David Icke show set up. And when you said Flat Earth, I figured, bring Johnny as a special guest too.
Yes, definitely.
And introduce you to the Jesuit, the killer priest of Jesuits over here, Johnny Cirucci.
He's a Jesuit killer?
Buddy.
All right, what's up, my man?
Johnny is the best.
Fantastic. All right, guys, thank you so much. Priest, AD, Vinny is my dear brother. D, good to see you too. I don't know how your teeth are so freaking perfect. That's wrong, man. I'm jealous. I'm really jealous. So, Priest, I am so honored to be on with you, brother. I am really honored. I had story time. I didn't want story time to end, by the way. I enjoyed the story.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Here's what's important, I think. Big picture. What is important for me. So I wouldn't even care about Jesuits involved with this. Here's what's important, and I think D will agree with me. I know Vinny will agree, because he and I were talking about this before we even got started offline. It's not so much that we are flat earthers. It's that we have looked into this, exactly what you said, D. We have looked into this ourselves, and we realize we have been lied to. And I have a meme that I put up on my social networking. As soon as you realize you've been lied to, you become a conspiracy theorist. So here's some real quick things. And by the way, I'll if I have a minute, I'll bring in why it is the Jesuits are important, because they're behind all these lies. Just some quick and fast facts. We don't really want to necessarily bog down with getting into a debate right now. I mean, you guys might want to talk about this, and Dee and Vinny might want to get into it, but I think it's more important to, rather than speculate about what the earth is, I think it's more important to focus on what the earth isn't, and how people that we have trusted, science, medicine, historians, archaeologists, they've all lied. They've all lied.
I can agree with you on that.
The purpose of it, Priest, is to enslave us all, is to make us think that we are specks, that we were algae in a pond, and a bolt of lightning came and made us all come to life, and completely in reverse of the second law of thermodynamics, which states that everything should have a natural tendency to go from order into chaos. It is ludicrous. Evolution, this idea that there's a natural progression through random mutation. And by the way, there's no such thing as a beneficial random mutation. From simple single-celled organisms into the amazing complexity of the human body is insane. In no way, shape, or form is it true science. We could do a whole nother show on that alone. But basically what we are is we're just people who question our cosmology. And I had some fun facts here right off the bat. in relation to the curvature and what Dee was getting into earlier about water. Why water is so important is because water finds its own level. So when you're looking out across a body of water, it's going to go where there's the least resistance. So we're told by NASA and the experts that there's a curvature. The average curvature is 7.98 inches per mile. Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. So in 1 mile, if you're looking across 1 mile, the Earth is supposed to drop 8 inches. Across 2 miles, that's squared. It's supposed to drop 64 inches, which is over 5 feet. If you're looking across 10 miles, the Earth is supposed to drop over 66 feet. And across 100 miles, get this, the Earth is supposed to drop 666 feet. What a coincidence, that number. Okay, so when you have a large body of water like the Suez Canal, 100 miles, and you can still see from one end to the other, clearly there is no
Marble
curvature.
did the experiment, Johnny. Marble actually did that experiment himself. That was one of his first ones, if he could bring that up too.
D, I'm just lofting you a softball real quick. I'm lofting you a softball.
Yeah, get your facts ready.
If you want to jump in, I'm going to do a couple more quick facts and I'll let the real expert take over.
Okay.
For instance, NASA, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, right? 1,000 miles per hour, according to NASA. The sound barrier is 767 miles an hour. We're breaking the sound barrier if you live on the equator. Ridiculous. The Earth revolves around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour. The solar system itself is moving through the Milky Way at 500,000 miles an hour. The Milky Way moves through the universe at 670 million miles an hour. And despite all that movement, the North Star is right there. Never moves. Never moves. One more, and then I'll let D take over. The sun and moon. Okay, so this is why it's so critical. Love you, D. This is why it's so critical. Do it yourself. And I know we don't have time to be our own journalist. We don't have time to be our own astronomer. We don't have time to be our own healer. But yes, you do. You have to be, because all those systems are evil. They're malignant. They harm you. Their goal, doctors, by the way, from the Latin docere, which means to train, to teach, nothing to do with healing. Doctors kill. Doctors kill. It's just that simple. It's what we went through in the scamdemic. The Earth, if you make your own observation, the sun and the moon look the exact same size. They look the exact same size. But that's not what the experts say, is it, D? They say, no. That's an optical illusion. It's actually, what do they say? The sun is 400 times bigger. And by coincidence, just so happens to be 400 times further away. Are you kidding me? On the random chance alone that that's happening, you better be some sort of a believer in a higher power, because that's beyond random chance. So, and I'm going to shut up and let D take over. But what's important to know is big picture, the who and the why. The who and the why. Why have they lied to us? Now, if we question, don't call yourselves flat earthers. We question spinning globes out there and relativity. As well as relativism. We question that. We're the crazies. We're the nuts. Barack Obama in a speech mentioned flat earth like it was a joke. So why are we being lampooned for questioning them and the obvious lies that they're throwing at us? It's because we're doing it ourselves. And I have the big picture when you guys want to get into it, because that is really the important question, the important answer. Who is really behind all this? But I'm going to shut up and let D jump in.
Okay.
You're muted, brother.
Unmute yourself, D. You're on a roll now. Yeah, the ball is the disc. I wanted to say the ball is being passed around, but I'll say the disc. You know, the disc is the disc is being passed around. Let's go. All right.
We threw the ball away. We threw the ball away a long time.
Threw the ball away.
And see, Johnny, he's the guy that I would kind of pass the ball to myself. What I'll do kind of like the introduction stuff. My thing is just to get people to start thinking and asking questions like, well, wait a minute. If this guy took a level on a plane and the airplane doesn't seem to be dipping the nose to compensate for curvature, like, what the heck's going on here? You know, I just want people to start thinking about stuff. And then guys like Johnny, he'll take you in depth like, okay, now this is why they lied. This is who lied. and this is what they want you to believe. I'm kind of like Mark Sargent says he's like the freshman recruiter. That's kind of my role. I just wanted to reach people to get them to crack their mind open a little bit and kind of shatter the programming just long enough for them to say, well, wait a minute, that shouldn't work on a globe. Did they lie? And if they actually lied to you about where you are, you got to ask the question, what else will they lie to you about? And the obvious answer is everything, because you're gonna live your entire existence on this plane, but they're telling you live on a giant spinning ball that you've never seen any curvature and you've never felt any motion. So, it's guys like Johnny that are going to take it beyond where I'm just kind of cracking the door open and letting people in, and then they'll come in and be like, okay, so wait, who lied and why are they lying? Stuff like that. So that's kind of my role.
Well, you see, Johnny set you up with that. He was explaining about the curve, right? And the formula and about seeing over body water. You did the experiment. So can you talk, bring up that experiment, basically?
Yeah, we're about bringing up the facts. Let's do it. I'm ready to see it.
Okay, cool. Let me cue this video up real quick. I actually did an observation years ago with my buddy Mark. I worked with this guy. He had a laser that had a range of 12.5 miles. And we set ourselves up. Let me see. I'm waiting. I'm actually queuing the video up. Can I share my screen? If I can share my screen, then I'll.
You got to do that.
Okay. Let me see. Let me get back on Zoom. All right.
Oh, he got a mojito too.
Oh, me?
I can see. I can see Johnny's cat. I got a cat that comes into the show all the time too.
All right. So here, I'm gonna turn up the playback speed and just kind of talk through this real quick. Okay. All right. So basically, I started off. I like to start off by showing people what they believe first, and then I'll kind of break that down. So we do it a zoom in, and my internet's kind of screwed up. Basically, this point right here, this is Owen Beach in Washington State, and this is the body of water over the Puget Sound. I was stationed here at this point over the water at Saltwater State Park. And so what I did at this point, I'm fading in a shot right here. I had the azimuth where the laser was pointing and all that. This is Mark's laser over that particular point right there, showing where I was at. This is where I was at, and I just wanted to, basically put that out there. So what I'm showing now is a point of me being over here, just to prove where I'm at, because people always want to nitpick the details. Okay, I'm like, this is island number one.
You're number one, or that's you? Okay.
I'm over here at the yellow pin on this side.
Okay.
And I'm about to show you these, 1 and 2 right here. So that's 1, that's 2. All right, just to prove that I'm where I said I am, right? And then I fade in the picture where you can see the laser right there. All right, and then I just put it up here. 10.3 miles distance should be 33 feet of curvature between us. And I went on Google and I put up the screenshot and all that because people love Google. And then, Mark and I are talking, and he spins the laser over there. I'm just going to send it a little bit closer. So this is video. This is this square right here. This is my view of the laser across the water, 10 miles away. Okay. Now my camera is only about 3 feet above sea level, and we're connected to the Puget Sound, which is connected to the Pacific Ocean. So it is sea level. So my camera's only 3 feet away. His laser was, I'll say it was maybe like 10 feet up, something like that. So you can, subtract however you want. But this is video from my side. That's video from his side. He has the laser on over on his side, and I can see it very clearly. But there's supposed to be like I said, at least 30 feet of bulging water between the two of us. And this is me just kind of joking with the bogeys. Let me see, moving it forward a little bit. Just gonna go through this real fast. I don't want to take up too much time. It's saying that my internet is a little unstable, but you can kind of see what's going on in these little squares down here. Hopefully, let's get a little bit of time to buffer. Let's go. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Killah.
Okay. Now I'm trying to stay with you.
Yeah, I just had some coffee, so I'm talking real fast.
Oh, okay. So you got a laser. Go ahead. So you got a laser. You shot the laser across the lake.
Yeah, my man Mark. He's on the other side. So this is video from Tacoma, Washington. Okay, he was at Owen Beach, at the pier on Owen Beach. There's this little walkway right next to the water, or next to the Puget Sound. So he's got his laser mounted, and he's firing it in the direction of where I am, right? And I overlap the video. So he's recording video from his side. That's what you're seeing here in the upper left corner. And then my video is on the lower right-hand corner. And, you can see the laser right here. Now, the thing is, according to spherical trigonometry, they're saying that the Earth is a globe. The formula is 8 inches per mile squared. I took the math that the trusted scientific community uses and basically use it against them. I'm like, okay, well, if you're saying that the Earth is a globe, then over this distance of 10.3 miles, there should be 70 feet of bulging water between where he's at and where I'm at. So, I mean, it's just the same, like, we're able to see this blue light from way over there. That's the origin point of his laser from that distance. And the reason that we're able to see it is because of direct line of sight. It's like when you're on a road and then you'll see, like, half a mile away, somebody hits their brake light. You see that brake light because there's nothing between your eyes and that car in front of you. It's just the same with this laser. But globe believers will get on a video like this and they'll say, oh, wait, that's refraction. And they'll kind of blame it on that as if the laser can bend all of a sudden. But we all know that lasers fire in a straight line, obviously, right?
Right. You wanted to say something, Eddie?
I'm good.
Go ahead.
He brought up coffee, so I was gonna say I agree, and I know what that's like. That was it.
Yeah.
Y'all doing great.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's been bigger ones too, right? Like where they looked over Lake Michigan. I know places in Jersey where they're looking like 200 miles into New York, and everything's perfectly straight, not kicked back. There's no bulge. And again, when you're talking about 100 miles or 200 miles, that's miles of curve, Yeah. But even his, like Marble's saying, there should be a 30-foot curve, and we're clearly not seeing that because water is always level, like Johnny and all of us have been saying. So when you're out there in California looking across that water, Killah, and you're looking towards like Japan, there's no curve there. It's just a pond, man. It's a straight, flat, level thing, man. Just like on the East Coast to England, where they say, oh, we're just right across the pond. Yeah, that is where you are, right across the pond, man. No bulge.
And this is really,
so that's what we talk about.
This is the only argument you need, too, because people are going to be coming up with you with side questions and nuanced questions like, well, what about this? What about eclipse? Well, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? It's okay not to know that, because the only thesis you really need is the curvature. That's it. You don't really need to talk about anything else. You can for fun, but at the end of the day, this is all you really need is the curvature. That's really it.
And AD, this is why we're not flat earthers. We're not flat earthers. We are skeptics. D is a scientist. He did it himself. He went over a body of water. He used his own laser, and he shot the laser across 10 miles, which should not have been possible. So we're not going to get wrapped up. We're going to get pulled into it as any kind of a debate of, well, you need to explain this. No. I'm giving you the facts as to why what you have taught as your fact in every school is a bold lie. Why have you taught bold lies to our children for generations? That's the main issue. Don't let them sidetrack us.
It's the thesis.
Absolutely.
I agree. I can agree on that.
Well, this is not a thesis. What D is sharing is not a thesis. This is fact. That's the scientific method says that you make an observation. You put together a hypothesis based upon your observation. You conduct an experiment and you isolate the variables in an effort to replicate your observation. If you are able to replicate your observation, there's a good chance that your hypothesis is accurate. You then take your notes from your experiment and give it to someone of equal or greater acumen. And if they're able to reproduce your experiment and follow your hypothesis, then there's an even better chance that your hypothesis is accurate. That is exactly what Dee did and proved that the curvature is a lie. We can now call this fact. This is no longer a thesis, a hypothesis. That what they tell us, evolution is a hypothesis with no basis whatsoever.
Yep.
So we're dealing in facts and real science here. And by the way, that also is what we're in relation to viruses and scamdemics. Whole nother show.
Here's my question. And anybody can answer this. Not except AD.
Okay.
Why lie? Why did they lie?
I want to answer that one, please. Let me, because I get asked that. I get asked that all the time. And like I said, I've been a flat earther for 10 years, openly.
Right.
You go to the police station.
Let's get it out. Let's go.
Years ago. The why is the important thing to me too. Just like Johnny said, the important thing is why and who, right?
Yeah.
And you all, when you see my face, and now when you see Johnny's, you're always going to say, we know who you think. You're saying it's the Jesuits. Yes, that's the who to us, to me and Johnny.
Okay.
But the why. Now, the why they lying, to me, Johnny brought it up too, where the big bang and explosion and evolution is to make you feel that you're not special. Everything we're taught is to make you feel like a speck of sand, that you're very insignificant and on an insignificant place in the middle of nowhere, and you're just very small and there's no importance to you. As opposed to what the Bible says and what we believe it to be, is that this is the only place and we're the center of everything. And this was all created for us, meaning you're special. Every single person listening right now, you are the center of everything. There's nothing else out there more important than you. Mm-hmm. But they want to crush that from you, and they want to crush God from you. So to crush God and this beautiful place that he made for us, they created this big explosion and the science explaining evolution and this expanding universe. I mean, everything is to take God away from you and to make you feel insignificant and have this mindset of, YOLO, right? You only live once. And just, have fun and just go. And that you're not, there's no reason why you're here.
Do what thou wilt.
So to me, that's the why. The why is to get you not to believe in God and the Bible and to feel insignificant. And that's probably why one of the biggest problems in this country and the world for a long time is depression. Mm-hmm. Because everybody feels, not happy in the world that we're living. That's one of the biggest problems too.
AD whipping out some Aleister Crowley there as well. And hey, if there's no significance, if there's no divine spark in you, if you're a nothing, if you're a useless eater, Thomas Malthus, I believe, the supposed Anglican, you're a useless eater. Oh, and by the way, let's talk about abortion for a minute. Let's talk about Roman Catholic Margaret Sanger, a vicious eugenicist who specifically targeted Aboriginals in Australia as subhuman. And I'm pretty sure that Charles Darwin did as well. This mass slaughter. You guys remember back, you're probably not my age. In fact, all of you look younger than me, including you, Priest. But back in the day, remember they used to ring bells in schools to let you know that's the end of class. When you're getting your mind control in class, when you're getting your individuality ripped out of you, what you should be learning is to question authority, and instead you're learning not to question authority. You should be getting fed and having your creativity come out of you. You should be encouraged to learn about debt and banking and cars and computers, taxes and home repair, real health, all these things that you desperately, and instead you're told how to put a condom on a cucumber, how to obsess over sex. how to be a mindless individual. And Vinny nailed it out of the park. How to be a slave. The bells in schools were to train you to be another factory slave. You react to the bell like Pavlov's dogs. And this goes back centuries, guys. Again, I don't want to monopolize anybody's time, especially when you got Witsit now. This goes back centuries. The key slave masters, the worst for eternity has been the Roman Catholic Church. And I don't want to alienate any Catholics. It's the authorities, though. Real quick, as far as, say, the Big Bang. Vinny mentions the Big Bang. This ridiculous idea that first there was nothing and then it exploded. Well, why are we even talking about that? It's because people started to ask good questions. Okay, so if we're all random chance, then what started this? Where did this come from? There had to be a prime motivator. What got this started? So somebody came up with a great idea. Well, first there was nothing and then it exploded. Who was that? Who was it that came to the aid? So we as Vinny was saying, Vinny, steal my thunder. As we were saying, particularly Christians believe that human beings have a divine spark. We're not mindless slaves. We're not useless eaters. We have a divine spark. Almighty God put the breath of life into our nostrils. And I'm getting tingles just even saying that. Who is it that came to the aid of Darwinian evolutionism and that said we're all a random chance? A Roman Catholic priest, a Belgian priest named Georges Lemaitre, who, by the way, was the secret handler of the fraud of Albert Einstein. And Albert Einstein was the Jewish face of this ridiculous idea of theory of relativity when we're making our own observations and we're saying, we're not moving at 1,000 miles an hour. The sun and moon look the same size to me. How is it that when an aircraft rises, the earth doesn't spin underneath of us and we get there faster or slower? Well, it's relativity. It's the magic of gravity, guys. How is it that atmosphere is here and the vacuum of space should be sucking the atmosphere away? Well, guys, it's the magic of gravity. Disconnect your brains, trust the experts, go get a test. They'll tell you if it's COVID. Just shut up and listen to the experts. If he's wearing a white lab coat with a stethoscope around his neck, then turn your brain off. And it is the Roman Catholic Church that has repeatedly got away with this. Like I said, Georges Lemaitre, evolution, Darwinian evolution. People start asking, well, hey, I'm not seeing these, this fossil record, this ridiculous idea, this progression of
missing link,
frogs into apes, into human beings. There's like links missing here. Who was it that came to the rescue of this ridiculous idea of, okay, well, there's a missing link. Let's find the missing link. A Jesuit priest named Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. A Jesuit priest came to the rescue of Darwinian evolution and put out this fraud called Piltdown Man that was supposedly the missing link. And of course, the Catholic Church has this scam of relics of the saints. They have, Francis Xavier has 500 finger bones. Well, no, he doesn't. There are 500 finger bones circulating out there so you can buy more and more and venerate more and more. There is a process of aging that Pierre Teilhard de Chardin used in creating this fraud of Piltdown. Why is a Jesuit priest even involved in archaeology? Why are Jesuits involved in astronomy in the first place? And they run the University of Arizona's observatory, which was stolen from the Apache on a sacred burial ground. And oh, by the way, the special lens that they have is the Lucifer telescope. What? Are you kidding me? I'm going to shut up, but I want to just throw some of this out there as to who and why.
I don't stop. It's kind of hard. Lucifer telescope.
And so, well, this is it. These are the people that have been controlling human beings for thousands of years. Prior to that, it was the military Roman Empire, Roman Empire, and then it transformed into the religious Roman Empire. And religion is enslavement. As for anybody, it doesn't matter if you're Christian or not, Christianity, the emphasis of Christianity is, the doctrine of Christianity is, Jesus Christ put to death religion on the cross in roughly 32 or 33 AD. We don't know because a Jesuit gave us our calendar named Christopher Clavius, purposefully mixed things up. So we have no idea what day it is. Jesuits did that. So the essence of Christianity is you, Jesus, that's it. You and Jesus. You don't need religion. You don't need a priest. You don't need a bishop. You don't need a confessional. You don't need to go in and confess your sins to an expert who is actually a pervert who runs around raping little kids. And I don't mean to be a sensationalist, but it's very true, unfortunately. It's enslavement. So what they did is the Bible is what tells us what the simplicity of being a Christian. You, Jesus, that's it. Decentralized. You don't need a religion. Well, that was a problem for the Catholic Church because the Catholic Church wants to use religion with the trappings of being Christian as a way to control human beings. What do Catholics believe even to this day? That their church dictates the destiny of their souls. They will do whatever their priest tells them to do because they believe their eternal soul is at stake. And that is why Roman Catholicism is really a military insurgency. It's not a faith. It's not just a religion. It's a military insurgency. And Rome wanted to keep that for 1,000 years, from 500 AD to 1500 AD. They did by burying the Bible, and anybody that should dare bring the Bible out and put it in their own tongue, they were burned alive, guys. Burned alive. A book called Fox's Book of Martyrs details Christians that were burned alive by the Catholic Church because they had Bibles, because they were reciting portions of scripture. Why? Because it showed people how they don't need religion. They don't need the Catholic Church. They don't need to be these go-betweens, these puppets to control their destinies. And so for 1,000 years, they burned these poor people and their Bibles. With the advent of the movable type printing press by Johannes Gutenberg, now they had trouble because now you had upstarts who were putting out Bibles. Prior to this, it was illegal. The Bible was only allowed in Latin, and therefore only priests could read them. So you have it. You have control. And you have Dominicans, which were the special forces in the 1500s, going around seeking indulgences. So they go to Catholics and they would bilk them out of money. They go to a family and because they were living in squalor and pollution and filth, the infant death was actually higher at that time. And so these people were destroyed over losing their baby. And they'd say, these Dominicans, these satanic Dominicans would go in and say, you know, your little daughter, your little son is in purgatory right now. Purgatory? There's no such thing as purgatory. Well, you have to trust me because you can't read the Bible. Your little boy, little girl's in purgatory and they're suffering. And if only the Pope would pray them out, he would use his position as the vicarius filii Dei. And by the way, the numbers of vicarius filii Dei in Latin equal 666. That's just a coincidence. If the Pope would only pray your little girl, little boy out of purgatory, they would stop suffering. So why don't you give me 3 months' wages and I'll give you an indulgence, a receipt from the Pope. What's he going to do with this money? He's going to have orgies with it. No exaggeration. He's going to have orgies with it. Going around and bilking good Christians who were Catholics. You had no choice at that time. And taking their hard-earned money and giving it to disgusting people that had too much money. So this process is what angered Martin Luther, who was an Augustinian monk. And he said, are you kidding me? I have read the Bible. There's nowhere in this. He also went to Rome and saw brothels just for Roman Catholic priests. He was sickened to his stomach. It was a method of control. Now, Johannes Gutenberg puts out the movable type printing press, and guess what? Now, Bibles in the common tongue could be printed out faster than they could be burned. Now, this is a problem, again, rising above this issue of Christian or not Christian. This is a problem because it attacked the foundation of the Catholic religion. Now people are being told, you don't need a priest. You don't need a bishop. You don't need a confessional. Go in and tell a priest every bit of your sins. And by the way, what do you think the priest is doing? He's writing it all down. Or he's going in and you know, doing things on his own, like pornography. No lie. So this control was taken from them. People could realize, hey, you're the Christian. I don't need you anymore. It's just me and Jesus right here. So they had to come up with this crazy, unbelievable strategy. Priest AD, I'm telling you, it's crazy. And yet it has worked perfectly. This idea that the Bible tells you you're special, this idea that you live in a terrarium created by Almighty God. You look across that the devil could take Jesus up on a high mountain. He could see all the kingdoms of the earth. That's crazy. Off to the four winds, the four corners. There's four corners. That makes no sense. Imagine this. When they realized they can no longer burn Bibles to preserve the Roman Catholic religion and the slavery and control it had, they had a new idea. An English cardinal by the name of Thomas Wolsey came up with this called learning against learning, which is essentially to create a false reality. To create a false reality to make you think you're insignificant, to mock the Bible, and to pull God out of the situation, just like Vinny was saying, so that now you're nothing. And if you want to be something, you have to go to the Pope. He is the expert. He is the expert. You look at ecumenism today, this idea that we're all one under one religion. So you think about it for a second. Even if you don't really think of the Pope right off the bat, if there is one spiritual leader anywhere, spiritual, religious leader anywhere in the world who could run things, who would it have to be? Is there a spiritual leader in Islam that really rises up there? Is there a spiritual leader in Judaism that rises up there? You step back and think, okay, well, we need one guy to represent us all. Who's it going to? It's the Pope. They have designed this from the beginning. Enslavement. And by the way, they also own all the money, and they own all the people who have kept us in this disgusting, despicable situation with education, with medicine, with fraud, the lies. I mean, again, stepping back and realizing you have given us a false reality.
It's the Matrix.
Absolutely. It is like 1999.
Killah, does this sound familiar? Does this remind you of when I came on? This is basically what I was talking about too, right? About the Protestants, the protesting, and
man, the
Catholic Church are the ones behind the science. When everybody, right? It was like Razul and people would come at me, well, science, and I'm like, the scientists you believe in are Jesuit priests. You know what I mean?
I feel real bad. Let me just one more thing, and I want the other guys to jump in. I feel really bad. Which has been sitting there patiently, and Dee's been sitting there patiently. One more thing. Who created this? A guy by the name of Nicholas Copernicus, a Roman Catholic priest. His book, De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, was the first piece of work science that created this idea of spinning globes. Do you know he didn't want it published as long as he was alive? That there were Roman Catholic cardinals that forced him to publish this in 1543, a very important date. Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses on the doors of All Saints Cathedral in Wittenberg, November 1st, not October 31st, in 1517. From there, it was a wildfire of people being freed from the chains of Roman Catholicism. No longer could they be held back. And you had Bibles being printed off by the Gutenberg press. So this is why it's so incredibly important that Copernicus, a Roman Catholic priest, nobody talks about this, published De Revolutionibus in 1543, clearly on the heels of the Protestant Reformation, pulling people out of the grasp of the Catholic Church. Okay, we can't have you. No one can have you. You're nothing. You're an accident on a spinning globe. And that's just one more example of many examples I have. But again, I want to shut up and let these other guys, these other great speakers jump in.
Great job, Johnny, though.
Oh,
great
man,
job.
he's going in.
Johnny Snap, man.
Wait, so it all comes down to one thing, though. All you have to do
Who's my man?
Measure the earth, bro. Just measure the earth,
Austin,
bro.
let us introduce you, Austin.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you first. I'm sorry. This is another great guy. This is another great flat earther.
Okay,
Killah.
Let's go. Flat Earth Weekend. Go ahead, let's go.
And Austin, what I love about Austin is he's the guy who's like, he'll be out in like a baseball stadium and places like that, just interacting with the people. That's what I used to love to do, go down to Ground Zero and interact. And Austin's another great guy. I like to look at it as like a younger guy coming up and is doing great things for Flat Earth. So Austin, I'm glad you were able to come on. I know you were busy tonight.
Yeah, appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna say like all the background stuff is wild and it's very interesting. But if you really want to know, like everybody in the chat, people be getting so weird about this. But anyway, it's just you measure the earth, bro. Like if it's a ball, it has to curve. It's not that complicated. Like, yo, don't make it weird. If the earth is a ball, it has to curve. And so we can measure the earth. And all the people talking reckless, they've never done it. All you got to do is go do it. It just takes like a camera. You can do it with a telescope. But dude, we have observations on the Earth where there are mountains from like 300 miles away, and they should be blocked by 3 miles of Earth curvature. The Earth's curve should block it by 3 miles, and yet you can see all the mountains all the way down to the shore. It's just game over, and it's all over the Earth. It's all over the Earth, bro. So you'll never hear a rebuttal. You'll hear like, "Oh, you're stupid, fall off the edge," or whatever. But 3 miles, bro, 3 miles in the air should block the mountains, and they're all over the entire Earth. That means that the radius value is wrong, right? The distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, the radius, that means that number's wrong because it has to curve at a certain rate. And if the radius is wrong, everything they ever told you about the Earth is a lie. Every time they said they went to space, lie, because you have to have the radius value. You got to have a radius of orbit to go to space. Every time they said they went to space, it had to be a lie. It's not a debate. It had to be a lie. That's why the government came and literally censored Flat Earth and admitted they had to censor it. And so I just think it's weird. It's kind of weird. It's like, are you guys saying NASA is the only government agency that doesn't lie? That's so weird. The FBI lie. The NSA lie. The CIA lie. Everybody know the government lie about everything, but not NASA. NASA, the one started with Nazis that worked with Jesuits, and they don't lie. It's just weird. It's like, I didn't even know people still believed in the globe. Is that a thing? That's just weird. Yeah. But all jokes aside, bro, just like go test it. This dude was snapping over here. It's all about the Jesuits. The Catholic Church brought you all these lies. The same people that took the Bible, changed it, changed all the translations, took all the books out of it. The same one that pushed dinosaurs and, told you that there's a certain limited supply of diamonds, and the ones that give you all these poisonous chemicals and tell you that they're healthy. All the same exact group of people that lied about everything brought you the heliocentric model 500 years ago. Helios being the sun god, which is, they name all their missions to space after different deities. They went to the moon, but they named it after the sun god Apollo. They're sun worshipers. And they got everybody tricked thinking that like, oh man, I came from monkeys. Lightning struck primordial soup, and then rocks turned into fish that were like, man, this water's whack. Let's grow some feet. Jumped up out the water, turned into apes, after rats, and then turned into people. And it's religious zealots that brought you that. So when you're like, religion's dumb and all, you're believing the stuff that religious priests brought you. So it's like it's a contradictory worldview, bro. It's time to step back. You know, like the dude said, we don't have to say flat earth, I think was a term made by the CIA so that it can be like this binary. We're not gonna turn away from it. It's just like when people ask me if I'm Christian, I'm like, yeah, like not really. That's a term made by the Catholic Church, but it means to follow Christ. And I know the scriptures are real, whatever. Well, like I'm not going to turn away from flat Earth if you ask me that, but that's just a word. You know what I'm saying? Like the Earth's geocentric, stationary, topographic.
That's funny, Austin. I said the same exact thing today. That was well said. That's funny how you said that. Today, someone was bothering me about it. And same thing like you said, man.
Yeah,
it's cool to see you, man. You've been doing some great work, man.
We mentioned that earlier, Austin. We were saying it's very important. We are globe Earth skeptics. Don't pigeonhole us into this where you can laugh at us and say we're flat earthers, we're truthers. Anything with an ER after it, that's when they start to mock us. No, we're skeptics. We're real scientists. Like D went out and did it himself. We're real scientists, unlike you.
I really like the way
I made observations around the whole U.S. for like a year. And it's like, okay, look, someone in the chat, it's a bigger ball than they told us. It can't be a bigger ball than they told us. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
That's literally not how it works. If the radius is wrong, it's all wrong. Day and night cycle uses it, quote unquote, gravity uses it, distances on the Earth uses it. If the radius value is wrong, the whole model's wrong. It's just a fact. And this is why you'll never see, that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out of the debate when he was on Joe Rogan's podcast, because it can't be debated. And you got people making all kinds of crazy comments, but it's like, dude, I debate PhDs 5v1 and they get destroyed. I'm talking destroyed. Like bring the best you got.
Eddie Bravo did a great job on Joe Rogan's podcast, just bringing the subject up. And then people got obsessed with it. And if anything, it created more quote unquote flat earthers, because the majority of flat earthers become so by trying to debunk it. You know, I attempted to debunk it myself when I got into it. You know what I mean? Because I follow Santos Bonacci and I was all into his work. And then when he brought up flat earth, I'm like, there's no way. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. It has to be like Star Wars. That's how I thought. And I tried to debunk it, and I couldn't get past the curvature and all of that. And everything else was just crazy. So once I found that out, and the moon landings was big because, you know, you learn about how much you've been lied to. And then I found about the dinosaurs, and then everything started to make sense as far as evolution and them trying to put us in the whole Matrix. Because the Matrix was a documentary, obviously, and it points out how we're basically in this cell in our brain in a jail cell, according to like the indoctrination that we've been given as youth in the school, and they show us these globes, and there's no proof of curved ocean, and people would come up to me and like, there's no way the Earth is flat, AD. I'm like, you've never seen a curved ocean in your life. Oh, I saw it on a plane. No, that's a curved window. You know what I mean? And it's too easy. But I got to the point where I'm like, I don't even care if people know or not. That's why I don't even bring it up anymore. But I know people who get into it, become obsessed with it because they want to prove it wrong. And just
it's crazy, bro.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying like you're saying, like everything that you think, it's got like a caveat to it. It's like, I saw the curvature of the Earth from a window. You're stupid. I can go to a plane. Never been in a plane. And then the truth is, nah, actually, according to the globe Earth math, you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyway.
Yeah.
Objectively.
Exactly.
So what you just said was dumb. So like when you try to call someone dumb, like you were saying something very ignorant. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I hear what you're saying. That it's kind of like, I'm kind of getting there too, where it's like, if you don't want to know, you don't want to know. You know what I'm saying?
They
like,
don't have to know.
Flattered, not for you, bro. You're not allowed in the club anyway. You kind of weird. Like you're not being cool.
I don't even like try to push it out to people. Do you know what I mean? If they know, cool. If they don't, it's all good. I don't want to like have to educate or tell people about it, because I mean it's a path you have to go through, and it's like, seek and you shall find. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And they're like,
saying,
so you think all the stars and planets are flat too? It's like, no one said that.
Yeah.
Like if I look at the ceiling and I'm like, hey, look at that light bulb, that means the ground's a light bulb. And it's like, that makes me dumb that you think that makes sense. Also, I look at the sky all the time. Dude, those aren't spheres. You don't know if those are spheres. They're not static, meaning still. They always move around, and they're just circles. They're like pulsating orbs of light. Yeah. And there's something called sonoluminescence, or it's called star in a jar, and you can send frequencies, sound frequencies in water, and it'll illuminate and make like a star. So if there's sound emitting in water above us, it would look like the stars. And that has nothing to do with the Earth, bro. It's like, the reason this is important, they're asking why. And like, it's to hide the creator. But lots of people know there's a creator, and they know that they're like a light being and that they have a spirit. But it's like, if you've ever seen the Hunger Games, that's what I think it really is. They drew like the circle around us, bro, and they got all the slaves inside of it. And then some of the slaves woke up and they're like, let's break out the Hunger Games. And they're like, you're so stupid. You think there's something outside the Hunger Games? And we're like bro, we're just trying to break out the pin.
It's Truman Show.
Straight up.
It's the True Man Show.
Exactly, bro.
That's
truth
awesome.
in plain sight.
And then the nuances are fun too, when we talk about water being above us, and God separated the waters from the waters, and then the lights above us. The stars twinkle, but it looks like an underwater light. You know what I mean? But that's some nuance, I know. But it's really interesting.
If I could go big picture, go ahead, man.
I looked through a P900 years ago. It looked like light in water. It looked like water rippling and everything when I was zooming in on stars. So I agree. It looks like what Austin said, that makes sense to me. Like water and energy and just light.
Hiding land in itself makes the most sense, because they don't want us to know about the hidden land they have and all the things they can do, and creating other spots and other governments. Like, we're not supposed to know about the hidden land.
And Austin was so right when he was talking about governments lying to us. AD, this is just such a fantastic forum. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah.
Because this is the key. Again, Austin hit it out of the park by going through the government agencies that have repeatedly lied to us. And I wanted to use the example of Malcolm X. Malcolm X, in 1963, Malcolm X was a vehement Black supremacist and an overt racist, and called anyone who was white a white devil. And he grew out of that. He matured and saw a system of control above this, above the evils of racism. And he realized that racism is something that is being used. It is being weaponized. It is a tool. I've met bad Black people. I've met good white people, and vice versa. And with that was 19. As he grew, within 2 years, he was dead. Within 2 years, he was murdered. From 63 to 65, that's all it took. As soon as he grew out of being manipulated and controlled, it's not white versus Black, it's us versus them. It's the slaves versus the controllers within 2 years. It is now 2021. They just now are releasing documents. Oh, what a surprise. The FBI and the NYPD were in on the real murder of Malcolm X. What a surprise. So it is a system of control. And by the way, this, and I want to get you guys in trouble on your YouTube, also in relation to, you know, I can't even say it, what's going on right now, well, the tail end of what's going on, that look in powerful Black public figures who are telling you to go out and get vaccinated. They're the ones doing us dirty. They're the ones doing this. And you know what? And real quick, they are doing that because the Black community is rightfully skeptic about governments pushing needles, vaccines, going. So go back to Tuskegee. And this is what my latest book in Disciples of Ra. Tuskegee, they actually only released a portion of the truth about Tuskegee. And this concept of torturing and abusing Black men and giving them syphilis. What they did is they poisoned these guys. They poisoned them. But did you know it was much bigger than that? It was homeless guys, orphans, soldiers, prostitutes. They only released this, the prisoners in prison, anybody that didn't have a voice, orphans, anybody that didn't have a voice. And at that time, many minority men did not have a voice, and they were preyed upon because the real racists, guys like Anthony Fauci, they particularly went after minority orphans to torture them. Absolute evil and control. And by the way, the ones leading this, the Surgeon General of New York and the United States, a guy by the name of Thomas Paran, a Roman Catholic trained by the Jesuits in medicine. Nobody talks about him, Thomas Paran. So this is part of the evil and the control and the manipulation. Why I'm excited to be here is because we are rising, and this is a very, very dangerous Podcraft going on right now.
That's right.
Luckily, we're small enough to, I don't think, we're a threat to anyone to do anything or say anything.
Still doing good things, AD.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Joe Rogan, his Podcraft is so huge. He has to, I feel, go back on what he was saying about the moon landings, because Joe Rogan used to be against moon landings and used to be very outspoken about they're lying to us, they're lying. And then the bigger his podcast became, now he's acting more like a skeptic. He's acting more, and you notice they have to, like, the bigger you get, and if eventually priests too, the bigger you get, the more you kind of have to become what seems to be unbiased. So for the sake of your platform, for the sake of your viewers, so that you don't limit your audience and you don't, you know what I mean? It becomes business. And that's
you have a trust, AD. You have a trust with your viewers. You have a trust to give them the truth.
Yeah.
And not pull back.
Right. Don't you agree that Elon Musk knows, as the owner of SpaceX, but continues to launch these, artificial, launches into quote unquote space just to keep business going?
AD, Elon Musk doesn't exist. Elon Musk is a joke name, is not a legal entity. If I had the money, I would sue him just to prove he's not a legal entity. He's a fraud. He's just a figurehead and a puppet. Just like Bill Gates. Doesn't even exist. Elon Musk. Are you kidding me? That's not a real name.
Yeah.
But I do know somebody that was texting him and said, so my homie thinks the Earth's flat and outer space travel's a lie. And would you be interested in talking to him? And he just lost his mind, started cussing him out and blocked him. Which just shows why would you have such a visceral reaction? You know what I'm saying? And who doesn't know this? So NASA was started with Nazis. Literally, it's declassified. We brought Nazis over here, Operation Paperclip, 1945. But Wernher von Braun, who was an SS officer of the Nazis, was put in charge of space exploration. That's the guy that took us to the moon, right? He wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and it's called Project Mars. And the main character's title in the book is Elon, and he founds the first civilization on Mars. Now you fast forward to now, and Elon's going to found the first civilization on Mars. The world's a movie, bro. Jules Verne wrote the moon landing.
Wernher von Braun. Let's bring up what's on his tombstone too. Do you know what's on his
53?
Yeah. On Wernher von Braun, the Nazi scientist, the big rocket expert who helped NASA. On his tombstone, it's one verse from the Bible, which is talking about a firmament.
Yeah, Psalms 19:1. It says. Yeah, it says the firmament shows the handiwork of the Creator.
On whose Tombstone.
On Werner von Braun, the Nazi scientist, the head rocket guy who founded NASA. Like,
Wow.
This is the great Nazi rocket scientist. We have to have him. And he came work for NASA. And when he died, on his tombstone, Psalms talking about there's a firmament. So literally the guy who started NASA also is letting you know there's a dome up there. They ain't going out.
Basically. He let it out on his deathbed after he died. Like, but their secret is they write science fiction books, bro. And then they tell like the dumbed down masses the science fiction book. Like the Titanic was predicted a year before that in a book. The moon landing was predicted in a book. Elon Musk was predicted in a book. So they just sit in their little room with their cognac and then they laugh about the cattle, and then like, here, we're just telling this book. And they'll believe it. And they do look at the chat. Look, I mean, just look at, and this is a pretty base chat, but look at like normal chats. You're going to have people running around defending the lie, like defense attorneys. They don't even got to do it. They just got to let you do it. You know what I'm saying? And then people will go to school and get brainwashed into college and they come up with band-aids for the lie. They're like, oh, the magnetic field doesn't work. Let's try to figure it out on the globe. So they just sit back and let the slaves run around and fix up the lies for them while they sit back in their little hidden lands and manipulate the markets and blah, blah, blah. So it's really crazy. It's called Stockholm syndrome, bro. When someone like kidnaps you or you're enslaved, you defend the person that enslaved you.
You fall in love with the kidnapper.
Yeah,
that was in that TV show, Money Heist.
Right.
Yo, D Marble, you still there? I know there's a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you
go. Nah, man.
I'm gonna let D.
I feel bad.
I'm Southern, so I'm like super.
No, D.
Polite.
I want you to.
I don't just jump in and like cut people off when they're on a roll, man. So I'm just all right, guys.
I got a softball for D. Hey, D. I'm sorry, Priest. Go ahead.
I want to share a clip of this episode from Twilight Zone, and I want y'all to just check this. It's from the Obsolete Man. I like this scene, and then y'all can just feed off this, and it's just a softball for y'all just to knock out. Just check out this scene for everybody else.
Okay, and give me a second. I'm gonna share screen for y'all to see. Hold on a second.
Wanted to use it for a skit one
time. I know this clip.
Right? So this one's hard. If y'all check out the Twilight Zone, check out the Obsolete Man, y'all can see the whole film when y'all get home.
Give me 1 second. I'm setting this up because I have to use a second screen. 1 second so they can see at home.
Yeah, it says some deep stuff on this one.
And here we go.
Yeah, Killah, speaking of music, oh, never mind. I'll tell you later.
All right.
And sharing sound, and here we go.
This is Mr. Romney Wordsworth. In his last 48 hours on Earth. He's a citizen of the state, but will soon have to be eliminated. Because he's built out of flesh. And because he has a mind.
You've been under investigation, Mr. Wordsworth, for the mandatory period of 1 year and 11 months. You're found to be obsolete. The purpose of this hearing is to make a finding in the matter and make a sentence accordingly. Do you understand that, Mr. Wordsworth? Your occupation, Mr. Wordsworth?
A librarian.
A librarian. Having to do with books.
Yes, sir. Books.
Since there are no more books, Mr. Wordsworth, there are no more libraries. The field investigators in your sector have classified you as obsolete. Your rights are as follows, Mr. Wordsworth. You are to be liquidated within a period of 48 hours. You are obsolete, Mr. Wordsworth.
A lie. No man is obsolete.
You have no function, Mr. Wordsworth. You're an anachronism, like a ghost from another time.
I am nothing more than a reminder to you that you cannot destroy truth by burning pages.
You're a bug, Mr. Wordsworth, a crawling insect, an ugly, misformed little creature who has no purpose here, no meaning.
I am a human being.
Delusions, Mr. Wordsworth. Delusions that you inject into your veins with printer's ink. The narcotics that you call literature, poetry, essays of all kind, all of it an opiate. You have nothing but spindly limbs and a dream, and the state has no use for your kind.
I don't care. I tell you, I don't care. I'm a human being. I exist. And if I speak one thought aloud, that thought lives, even after I'm shoveled into my grave.
The Chancellor, the late Chancellor, was only partly correct. He was obsolete. But so is the state, the entity he worshipped.
You can stop it. Yeah, you can stop it. If you go on, he starts talking about the Bible and all the rest of the literature, and it kind of, that's a, what's your take on that right there? That where we at right now?
That was great. I'm glad you played that. I haven't seen that in a while. That's a powerful one.
Yeah.
And I was going to tell you, do you remember that song? There's a famous song back a while ago. People like to make fun of it, like it's this weird song. But remember the song, Domo Homo Gato, Mr. Roboto? You remember that
that's
song?
my joint.
Sticks.
I wanted to play that. Yeah, Sticks. Yeah.
Listen to the words on that too. It's talking about the same thing, like machine man and the future of man is a robot.
Wow,
yeah.
You took it up. You know? That's my joint right there. Yeah.
Yeah, underrated that song, I think.
Yeah, but they talk about making man. He was a robot. Made him in Japan. Yeah.
That's my age. That's going way back.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic clip, by the way, guys. AD Priest, fantastic clip. Really drives it home what we're talking about. And by the way, this is what we're going through right now with the forced injections. What is happening? People are dropping dead all over. We're now at the point where what we're being told to give to each other to have going into our bodies is actually becoming the disease. That's what's actually harming us. It is a mass slaughter, and that's what they fear us. And this is the ultimate end game of this system. Why lie? They hate us. They fear us.
We're obsolete now. We're obsolete, like the video.
They may think, I mean, ultimately it's feudalism. It is a massive, the masses, the peons, the peasants, we make things for them, but we're a problem. We're using up all their resources. That global warming, we need to stop driving SUVs. What? No? How about the billionaires need to stop doing what all they're doing? They're the real problem, the billionaires. So it's a feudalist system with us on the bottom. And there is what I call the Praetorian class, soldiers and cops with guns and radios. Nowadays, whenever there's a mass shooting, what do the cops turn out as? The cops turn out in olive drab and camouflage in body armor with full automatic weapons. What I took to Iraq, M4s, real automatic weapons, select fire weapons, not the semi-automatic weapons that we're allowed to have. They show up as an invading army to with MRAPs, the MRAP that I wrote in Iraq. That's what cops do today to intimidate us. They are the Praetorian class. And above that is the aristocracy, the rich, the relatively elite. And then above that is a small number of super rich, really, really evil people, to the point where David Icke might actually have some kind of a point. They're not necessarily actual shape-shifting reptilians, but they have willed themselves out of being human beings. They have so much money, guys, that they no longer behave in a normal way. They are sociopaths. They don't have normal compassion. They don't have normal empathy. They look at us as things to be used, and there's so many of us, they're afraid of us. And that's why they want to mass slaughter us and keep us enslaved.
We're also like super powerful, bro. Like we have electromagnetic auras. So I saw someone saying this topic ain't that deep. What's the bigger purpose? It's like it's electromagnetic field, and you have electromagnetic field. And like when you start to connect to the higher self, as people call it, which is just the energy in you, you start to get more powerful. So if you live in fear, your aura gets to like 2 feet radius. If you show love, it gets to like hundreds of feet. You get super strong. And then that's why I told you to stay 6 feet apart, because they connect. Like magnetic fields connect and get stronger and stronger and start to loop. So they taking your power away. And it's like, if you found out where you live, you're going to start to have power. So yeah, they think we're obsolete, quote unquote, but only by making us dumb down and injecting us and genetically changing us, because really we hella powerful. That's the truth, is like when you really start to know the truth and activate your pineal gland and like sun gaze and start to eat clean, you start to become super powerful. They're actually afraid of us, ironically, right? That's why they anonymous. So I think there's like a positive overtone. I don't think we got to be scared of them. We just got to take our power back. And flat earth is just one of the big parts of it. It's not the whole end all be all, you know what I'm saying? But it's a huge overarching truth. That's like there's 7 layers to your chakras, and then there's 7 colors in the rainbow because there's 7 layers to the firmament. When you start to figure all the stuff out, you start to get your power back, like literally, physically. So that's my positive takeaway for people wondering what's the point. Like, you know, that's the point, bro. You can take your literal power back.
Don't you agree they're losing as is because they're attempting to bring it back with this whole monkeypox and people aren't falling for it?
They're milking it, AD. They're milking it. And do you see what they're saying? It is Black Africans and homosexuals. They're going back to the same drawing board that Anthony Fauci played in the 80s with AIDS and HIV, which is another big scam and fraud. Mm-hmm. They're just going back to the well again. And yet the more we learn their games, the less it's going to be effective. And that's exactly what's going on. I wanted to give Dia a softball. Dia, I don't know if you can talk to Jack Parsons, but AD mentioned earlier Aleister Crowley. And the guy that made the breakthrough, the rockets and the propulsion and the fuel that allowed us to get into outer space, Jack Parsons, was actually an acolyte of Aleister Crowley, who did demonic sex rituals to open up interdimensional portals. And this is the great scientist that broke the barrier into space, right?
Yeah. Let me see. What was that? Mr. Parsons of the JPL, the Jet Proportions Lab. Yeah, he was actually running that whole thing real deep in with the Freemasons, Jesuits, and all that stuff, man. It's wild what's going on behind the scenes. And the big issue that a lot of people don't understand is that they operate on something called generationalism. Most people operate thinking maybe like a few days, maybe a week into the future. These guys are looking like 5, 10, 20, 50 years, you know, and they got technology on hand that isn't released to the population. They got ideas and plans for the population to move us in certain directions, and they're very patient. And that's the big issue, because a lot of people, we're wrapped up in this matrix, you know, wake up, go to school, get a job, you know, work your job for 40 hours a week for 40 years, get a family, buy a home, get into debt, die, you know, watch, rinse, repeat. And that's the whole thing that most people are on. And that doesn't give you a whole lot of time to, you know, look inside yourself or look outside at the world. And those distractions are just prevalent in society. And it's so much more accessible to get people distracted these days, because we have all the technology that we need at our fingertips. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. We have all the information that we could use to learn about the greater truths in the world, about you know, how our bodies work, about how we're connected to each other, connected to everything and all that. Like Austin was saying about our auras connecting to other people, how we're able to vibrate at a higher level and affect people around us with that. But at the same time, we all have these supercomputers in our hand, and we can be entertained just like that. You know, and that's what most people go for. They go for that short-term endorphin rush of, okay, I put this post up, and then people like it. Ooh, people like me. People like my post. You know, because you know, I put this up and that, and that's what's really going on. These distractions is just keeping people away from being able to look into what's real. And all we're doing with the whole flat earth thing, and that, like I said, we're just opening a door. We're just trying to get people to snap out of the programming for just a little while, to actually pull their head out, take a look around, and see that something's off. Something's not right about what we were told. Somebody lied to you about where you are, about where you're going to spend your entire existence. That's kind of a big deal if you think about it, because you're going to be here until you stop breathing. Right? So it is kind of a big deal, but at the same time, people will just brush it off, you know, because of the programming, because of that Stockholm syndrome aspect of it, because they were taught about the globe before they could actually think for themselves. And so we'll come along and say, actually, yeah, there's no curvature and the earth isn't moving. Yeah, it is. Gravity. You know, yeah. You need to go back to school. Most people don't understand. We believe the same bull that you believe right now.
Yeah.
We were all globe earthers. We all believed that stuff. We didn't just wake up one day and say, you know what? I think the earth is flat. No, that's not what happened. We believed in the globe too.
I didn't want it to be flat.
But then we looked at some information. We got some observations. We did some experiments. We got some input that you haven't been exposed to yet. That's the difference between us.
Mm.
So I mean, that's pretty much where it's at. You know, we just exposed to different info. That's all that is. So
before you get off, you got to let people know too what you're doing down there, how you living now. You know, I think that's great, and you should mention that. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
how you got out of society, and you know.
I'm not inviting anybody. No.
Well, and how do you tap? Okay, there's a couple of questions. I'll let you answer the first one first, and then I'll come because you mentioned some things about tapping into the inner powers or whatever. But continue. I'll ask later.
I mean, that was just it. You know, I don't want to spend too much time on the soapbox, but the thing is, we all have this inner guidance system, and a lot of us we're not tapped into that because of all the distractions, all the hustle and bustle as it is of modern society. Mm-hmm. The thing is that most people won't sit down and take some time to get into the silence and actually connect to that voice, because we all have this voice. We're like, we'll end up in a situation, and then you ever have a time where you're like, man, something told me I shouldn't have went there. Something told me I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. That's that intuition that we all have. But the thing is, that voice is so quiet. Yeah. We all get to a point to where we can put aside 10, 15, 20 minutes a day and just sit in the silence and connect with that voice inside. The voice gets a little bit louder. We can be better guided in our day-to-day lives. But a lot of, like I'm saying, society keeps us so busy that we can't even connect with ourselves like that. So that's I mean, dude, this just goes into so many different places.
It's not just society, it's corruption. We have been bled. We have been drained. Our money is worthless now with the Federal Reserve and fiat currency. We now have to have both parents in a family. Are you kidding me? $5 a gallon for gasoline here in Pennsylvania over this ridiculous phony war there in Russia and Ukraine. Baloney, just a pure excuse. I went to groceries. My wife and I had a house full of pets, $200 in groceries. No reason for it. Absolutely no reason. They have bled us and they will continue to do so. And then they say, we are the problem. It's not that people are so much distracted, and they are. This is why I love what you and Austin have done. You've gone out and been your own astronomers. You have done the work yourself, but people don't have the time because they got to earn a living. And their money doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't get stretched. And we are the ones that they have bled. We are the ones they attacked. I'm telling you guys, as we start to realize the amount of corruption, the death and the maiming that has occurred over the past 3 years, it is time for a friggin' revolution. It is time. Mm-hmm. It is long overdue. The corruption, the cops shutting down small family businesses over nothing, over fraud. Are you kidding me? So that Amazon and Walmart can work the poor Chinese to death and make gazillions of money? Are you kidding me? Over nothing. The amount, and just like Austin said, the lies, the amount of harm the government has done to us over time. Democide. Look that up. Over lying to us. You know, and Austin, you mentioned resonance. By the way, resonance is key to health, the real health, how they've lied to us about health. What does a doctor do? But that's how someone gets sick. Oh, I was sitting in a car with someone, Zach Hubbard telling me this story. Yeah, I was sitting in a car and somebody was sick and they got in with me. And so we both got sick. So clearly it was germs, right? Now, how about this concept? It's resonance. Why do you yawn when somebody else yawns? Why do you laugh when somebody else laughs? Why do you strike a tuning fork and put it next to another tuning fork and it resonates? It's resonance. It is kept secret by doctors so that you can't heal. The whole licensing process. You're going to be licensed to drive a car. That's a right. That's not a privilege. You can be licensed to own a firearm and protect yourself. You can be licensed to be involved in alcohol. What a game of corruption. I'm telling you guys, it's time for freaking revolution.
Yo, and that's some gravy talking about, because like the resonance thing. That's why I think fasting gets rid of cancer and all that, because when you like bog your body down with all these different higher densities, you get in a lower vibration, you get sick, you got toxicities. But when you fast, your vibration begins to raise, and then you actually become healthier. And like the resonance of everything, that actually, if you want to get real deep, that's actually what matter is. Matter is a certain vibration of the energy field behind us. And so everything is literally connected with vibration and resonance. And that's a hermetic principle that goes back thousands of years. It's like an esoteric teaching that the elite keep for themselves, but everything's about vibration. Literally, you can change matter, you can levitate matter. It's all about vibration. If you can lift your vibration, then you can literally like overcome illness. You can get rid of like all kinds of elements. And then there's different ways to do it, like taking your shoes off and walking on the earth, like on the grass, like sun gazing, meditating in the sun, not eating too much GMOs, and then fasting, or even intermittent fasting. And these are going to raise your vibration, showing love, not living in fear, and like honestly just connecting with the creator, because there's obviously a creator. That's the only way this place could be here, especially if it's stationary, which it provably is. That means it's the center of everything. If you start to like be selfless and connect to the creator and show love and like raise your vibration and stop honestly eating so much nonsense, then you're gonna have a way better intuition. You're gonna be way healthier. And these are the things they'll never teach you, because I don't gotta pay a doctor every week to go stand in the yard with my shoes off, right? And so this is how you get your power back. You start to learn these things and integrate it. And then like Dee was saying, like, you know, just clearing out all the nonsense and really connecting to that. And these are the bigger truths that this rabbit hole will lead you to if you really go down it with an open mind. So, you know, I encourage people to just throw out all the nonsense you've been brainwashed with and start back over, and you'll see everything you need right around you.
Awesome. Let's talk about health for a second. I mean, imagine the process. You spend so much money on doctors. You have to have insurance, which is in and of itself an incredible scam. You have to take a portion out of everything that you earn every week and put it aside for medical insurance, because it is so incredibly draining on your finances. Now, what is a doctor? What does it mean to see a doctor? You go in and you have a complaint. I'm having serious headaches. I'm having all kinds of problems with headaches. So what does a doctor do? A doctor says, okay, well, let's run some tests, and then I'll give you some drugs, and that'll help you not realize what you're really going on. That it'll just ameliorate your symptoms, have nothing to do with healing. What does a healer do? A healer brings you in and says, how are you sleeping? What do you do for a living? Are you married? Are you happily married? What is your posture during the day? What are you eating? What takes up your time? Are you spending time out in the sun where you need it, where you were forbidden from going over the past 3 years? Don't go out in the sun. Don't go out and walking barefoot in the grass. And by the way, it's critical to walk barefoot in the grass because your heart is not a pump. And this amazing thing that circulates blood has to do with the bioelectricity within your body that you actually pull up through the earth. All this stuff is buried by these frauds, these doctors. So this is the whole you is what a healer needs to know. Doctors aren't interested in that. Doctors are interested in taking your money, robbing you of your money, and then giving you a drug, a pharmaceutical, because all they are is drug salesmen. Just take, for instance, cancer, the evil of the cancer industry. Do you know that when you are diagnosed with cancer and you put yourself in the hands of doctors, you have a 97.2% chance of dying of that cancer? Now, this is after, since Richard Nixon in 1970 declared war on cancer, started off with $100 million of taxpayer money. They're now spending $1 billion a year of taxpayer money, just like NASA. What are they doing with it? Nothing. You still have a 97% chance of dying of cancer. The doctors, what do the doctors do? Doctors give you chemotherapy. What happens with chemotherapy? You get more cancer. Are you kidding me? Time for a revolution, guys. Time for a revolution.
Yeah, great job, Johnny. Killah, you see, that's the guy I've been working with. You see, I mean, yeah, Johnny's a beat.
Fire.
Yeah.
Yo, so you said like tapping into the source. I like that. It's almost like but it's so much, like you said, there's so many distractions. But it's almost like the monk or fasting. Like what do one have to do? You know what I mean? Like What's the way?
There's a couple of ways you can do fasting. I mean, Dr. Zebi talked about that too. Zebi talked about the importance of fasting. Jesus talks about the importance of fasting. That's why Jesus fasted also, right? Fasting is definitely, and I remember even being taught like simple health things by my grandmother back in the day. If you ever hear the thing, feed a flu, starve a cold, right? So if you had a cold, the thing was not to eat and you would get better. I mean, that was even like a common thing known, you know, not eating is the best way. Even Debbie would talk about detoxing and everything. It's just not eating.
Right. You want to kind of like work your way into it. I'd say like intermittent fasting. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, like okay, so Austin was about to go into intermittent fasting. I guess I'll pull from that. I personally do intermittent fasting, and if you're like a good way to start that is like an 8 to 16 split. So you'll have an 8-hour period where you can. I'll use myself as an example. I do intermittent fasting intermittently. Okay. Basically, what I'll do, I'll have a period of consumption. I call it. It's an 8-hour window where I can pretty much eat whatever I want, you know, and during that time, like I said, eating whatever I want. Those other 16 hours is just water, tea, or black coffee, and that's it. Yeah. During that time, it's like your body goes into what's called ketosis. Now, what happens when you're not eating? Your body's not using the energy for digesting your food, because that's what happens. It's like after you eat a big meal, you get sleepy. That's because your body's starting to reconstitute that energy into digesting your food. When you stop doing that and your body's not using all that energy to digest food, it goes into this healing mode. So if there's things in your body, there are ailments, there's cancer, things like that, whatever it may be, your body naturally starts to heal itself with that energy that's not being put towards digestion. So it's a great way to kind of maintain your weight. It's a great way to lose weight, to kind of stay cut. A great way to kind of slow down the clock. I'm 40 years old. No?
Stop showing off, Pete. Stop showing off. Hey, another issue of fasting. Another issue of fasting is purging toxins. The idea of health is so incredibly simple, and yet they've ruined it. It's very simple. Your body has to take in what it needs, what is good for you, and you have to keep out the things that are not good for you. It's incredibly simple. That's what they say. No, has nothing to do with that. What really makes you sick are these tiny, tiny invisible boogie things you can't see for yourself. You have to trust the experts. We will tell you about bacteria and viruses. We'll do tests on you. It's nothing you can do for yourself. So we look back and we say, no, it's common sense. Don't go eating fast food. Don't sit under a Wi-Fi. Don't sit under massive electric wires. Don't get irradiated. Don't have toxins. Don't have pesticides. By the way, this is polio. Don't have pesticides sprayed all over your fresh fruits and vegetables. Very, very simple concepts. No, guys, it has nothing to do with that. Go ahead and keep doing what you're doing. And it actually just trust the experts. It's these tiny things you can't verify for yourself. You have to trust us. Meanwhile, the critical part of fasting is you have been taking this crap in and you don't even realize it's bad for you. Day after day, month after month, year after year, you need to help your body, let your body purge it. By the way, that's what getting sick is. That's what a cold and flu is. It's your body saying, I need a rest. I need a break. You're allowing yourself to be poisoned too much. You need to step back. That's what cancer is. Cancer is this, you've been poisoned. You've either been terribly poisoned over a short period of time or greatly poisoned over a long period of time. And so the two things about cancer are doctors will never tell you. How did you get poisoned in the first place? And can we reverse it? Yes, you can answer both of those questions, and doctors have nothing to do with that. You have been poisoned by any number of things that I've mentioned, particularly what you're taking into your body. Pans, just today, like 2 days ago, we got rid of our nonstick pans because we realized that this flakes of this stuff is coming off into our food. That builds up and your body can't get rid of that. There's a movie out called Dark Waters, I believe, with it'll come to me. The guy that played the Hulk in the Avengers movies. But
Bruce Banner, but you're talking about the actor.
Yeah, the actor, and a new movie called, I think it was Dark Waters.
Mark Ruffalo.
Ruffalo, thank you, AD. Yeah, Mark Ruffalo, and I'm pretty sure it's movie Dark Waters. In relation to, of course, now the hero of the movie is a Roman Catholic lawyer, but Dark Waters in 2019 about the toxins, the heavy metal toxins in nonstick pans, and I think it was DuPont
and Teflon.
I heard that. Shout out to Tall God Haru. He the one.
Yes. Yeah. Teflon. And so people are taking these toxins in and they're just getting rid of them.
I told you, AD.
Yeah. Don't you recommend what's the cast iron pans
and steel? Yeah.
And
cast iron, stainless steel is what we just bought. Cast iron is good, solid.
Mm-hmm. That's how I made your noodles.
Yeah. But you still got that pan you got to throw out.
Yeah.
You guys are on it. And that's part of fasting. Fasting will help you purge these toxins over time. That's why it's so critical.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to look like D Marble. I don't know.
No, you're right. You're right. No. I heard that about the pans. Shout out to Tall God Haru. He was the first one that told me about that the non-stick. And then after a while, and there are certain lotions too you put on, and then next thing you got to keep going to the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? You got to go because your body's trying to get rid of these toxins that you keep rubbing in your skin and certain things that So you're right about that, man. It takes discipline.
That's what a big part of what measles, chicken pox, smallpox, all that stuff, they're frauds. Viruses have nothing to do with that. Your skin is where your body in an emergency situation tries to purge toxins. If you can't get it out of your sweat glands, your body will actually create ulcers or blemishes in order to try and push them out even faster. And so they've created this ridiculous fraud. Go ahead,
you know where you see that? Everybody's probably seen people who use heroin or smoke crack or meth. And you ever notice they got those lesions where they're scratching? It's exactly what Johnny's talking about. It's so toxic that the body immediately is trying to push this out through the skin. And that's why you'll see they'll start scratching and they get all the scabs. Yeah. That's literally the body pushing the toxins out of the skin.
Fire. Give a bomb for that one. Yo, we got at this point we do the tea ceremony, and as we continue building, we're gonna do the tea ceremony. I don't know what kind of tea y'all got, but we want to read some of the super chats because we got a lot, and they're in there asking questions. And they ready to go in. So you can drink water. I don't care what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm on tea now, Priest.
You on tea? Good. On tea now. Good. I got my matcha. I got my matcha going. And we just vibe out, and we're gonna read some of the super chats, and y'all can answer it to your best ability, to your greatest ability.
Okay, here we go. Divine Unique says, not necessarily a flat earther guy, but I respect it. But it's funny, I just bought a pair of sun observation glasses, and looking directly at the sun, it looks just like the same size as the moon. All right, shout out to Divine Unique. He says, 80, if you can, please play the YouTube Hulu first commercial. That will sum up everything the elites are trying to do. If you ever seen that Hulu first commercial, it's the one with Alec Baldwin. He's kind of acting like an Illuminati guy, talking about like, yeah, we're all here to trick you.
We played the Obsolete Man. You got to see the whole thing of that.
Yeah.
Remember they said the Bible. He said everything. He said, right?
Yeah.
He goes, all obsolete.
Take it.
You guys, and that's a great point, by the way. Make your own observations. Again, this is why I love Austin and D. They went out and they did it themselves. Make your own observations. Sun and moon, they sure look the same size to me too. Oh, it's a coincidence. It's actually an optical illusion. It just so happens to be 400 times bigger and simultaneously 400 times further away. How stupid are we?
Or the sun and the moon, just one for the light for the day, one for the night, and that's what the yin yang means. Could just be they are the same size. Yeah.
All right, so the chat's going crazy for us to play it, so I'm going to go ahead and play it. Hold on a second. Setting this up. Second screen. Boom, boom. I'm going to share the screen. Good. Bam, bam. And here we go.
Hello, Earth. I'm Alec Baldwin, TV star.
Not going to get in trouble, right?
You know, they say TV will pop your brain. That's absurd. TV only softens the brain like a ripe banana to take it all the way. We've created Hulu. Hulu beams TV directly to your portable computing devices, giving you more of the cerebral gelatinizing shows you want anytime, anywhere, for free.
I only act out because I want your love. Dynamite!
Mushy mush. And the best part is there's nothing you can do to stop it. I mean, what are you going to do, turn off your TV and your computer? Once your brains are reduced to a cottage cheese like mush, we'll scoop them out with a melon bowler and gobble them right on up. Oops. I think I'm drooling a little. Because we're aliens. And that's how we roll.
Hulu, an evil plot to destroy the world. Enjoy.
All right.
Wow. I never seen that. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's as if though Alec Baldwin's a reptilian.
I think Hulu sounds like a Sumerian goddess name too.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Lose your health coverage.
That'll be a good question
I don't
for.
know.
He's a good shot, though. Alec Baldwin's a good shot, isn't he?
Right. Oh man.
That was a psyop too.
Yeah, that's true. Donkey says Lucifer Telescope is in California.
No, it's in Arizona, University of Arizona,
All right.
on Mount Graham. And why would a public university have Jesuits running their observatory? Why are Jesuits running an observatory? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Unless they're really in control.
Fella B says they say the moon is our reflection of the greater Earth. You can clearly see Africa, Asia, Australia, and the Americas. The stars are the reflections of the outer lands.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the problem.
I don't know.
We don't know, and it's very difficult to be our own scientist. What is the moon made of? We're not really sure. There could be a translucent aspect to it, and I'm sure these other great experts here might be able to speak more to it.
It's made of Sharp's cheddar.
I think it's a hologram. It's a hologram.
Like it could be a naturally occurring holographic projection. I know people like troll that because it sounds crazy, but if there's polarization in an electromagnetic field, you can replicate a holographic, image. So there's potentially a source in the center of the Earth that we're not allowed to go to either. Just a coincidence, and it projects this stuff in the sky. I don't know. We don't know, but that's why I always say falsification is independent of replacement. Like we falsify their lie, we don't have to replace it. Like sometimes humility is like, whoa, it's really pretty up there. We don't got to know what it is. So I mean. That's the trans.
It does seem transparent, as you can see a star through the moon. I know you've heard of that and how that became like the Islamic flag or something like that, showing a star.
Yeah, exactly. There are like dozens of flags, bro. And also look at just next time you go outside, like look at the moon during the day. If it's blue, the moon gonna be blue. You know what I'm saying? Like it changes color to the sky. So
yeah.
We're just skeptics. We're not putting we're not sure. And what we do know is we've been lied to.
Yep. Asking questions. We got a classic question here from Jay Galaxar. He says, "Are the other 8 planets flat as well?" Okay.
That's always where the what I call heliocentric enthusiasts go.
Yeah.
I always want to leave the ground because we're always talking about how there's no curvature, but they always want to go up there. What about these other planets? What about that? What about the sun? What about the moon? What about the seasons? Dude, there's no curvature.
Yeah.
If you're on a globe, there's supposed to be measurable curvature somewhere. If there's no measurable curvature, there's no detectable motion, we're not on a spinning ball, period. When you look up at the ceiling and you're looking at the heavenly bodies and all that stuff, trying to make your point, they quickly gloss over the fact that there is no measurable curvature. That's
who says they're planets? Who's calling them planets? Yep. What is a planet?
Exactly. NASA.
Planet.
Because they have Photoshop images. Artists
and it comes from the word planet, which means wanderer, because they're wandering lights. It's like walking up to a pool table, grabbing the ball and being like, look, this is a ball, so the table must be a ball. It's just ridiculous. It makes no sense.
All right,
It reminds me.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Eddie. It reminds me of, can I even say this word without causing you guys trouble? Viruses, and what a certain virus is supposed to look like right now is the spitting image of a drawing by a Jesuit by the name of Athanasius Kircher. I can pull it up. It's the veins of the earth and
I like
the volcano.
Yo, you did it. You do your research. You did his research. You're on point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can pull it up side by side. It's actually in my book. Is the veins, a Jesuit in 1650 in Athanasius Kircher. It looks identical to the CGI graphics that we are told is the virus. Just happens to be the similar. If you want, guys, I can pull it up real quick.
Definitely.
Real quick, I'm going to knock out this super chat right here. Shout out to Yaya. Scared No Lead says, take the T from planet and you have plane. Add the T to NASA and you have Satan.
Yeah, an anagram. Switch around the letters.
Yeah.
That's why when they shoot rockets, they say T minus.
Ooh.
Allegedly.
Ooh.
Hey, Vinny, show them your shirt again. Your shirt again. The serpent's tongue in the NASA.
Yep.
See the serpent's tongue?
There's the serpent.
Oh, wow. And lies. I see the tongue. Fork tongue.
And then last one real quick. This Ain't That Network says Mother Earth needs a breast job. All right. Thanks for that.
Because it's flat. Okay.
Oh, that's what they're saying.
I'm ready, guys.
I see what you did.
Go for it.
I see what you did there.
All right. So here, this is in my book, Disciples of Ra, on page 32 by coincidence, is The Veins of the Earth here by Jesuit priest Athanasius Kircher in 1668. And then here are the images of the current problem and a past, the measles. The Veins of the Earth by Jesuit Athanasius Kircher and the CGI of what is plaguing us right now.
That looks like the China virus right there.
Pathogen.
It's all the same. It's all the same. And it's all being given to us by CGI. It's not real. I can tell you guys how the process of isolating these things, and it's ridiculous. We talked about scientific method earlier. In no way, shape, or form is it real science. That's why we need guys like Austin and Dee to help us be our scientists for us, our astronomers for us.
I got a question for you guys real soon, but first, the super chat from Harrison Diaz says, my man Vinny B, the truth. This for you, big homie. Let him know the devil's in the White House. I mean, Vatican.
Well, thank you, Harrison. I know who Harrison. Harrison was actually 15 years old listening to my shows 10 years ago.
Wow.
That's how long Harrison knows me. Thank you, Harrison. Much love and respect. But I'll save those topics for another day.
Nice. So my question for you guys is, do you think that the Johnny Depp trial was a distraction from something? And go.
The person that was pointing out Hillary Clinton, points incriminating Hillary Clinton right at the same time. So yeah, that's pretty convenient.
Yep.
What is the trial about? Amber Heard took a dump on Johnny Depp's bed. Are you kidding about? We're talking about this today. Are you kidding me? No. And any more than it is Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Oh,
that wasn't bought. Yeah,
that's a big deal. I mean, not so much like the whole Ghislaine Maxwell client list. I mean, it's odd that we didn't get wall-to-wall coverage on that. But Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that's important stuff, you know.
D, all we got told about Epstein was it's Epstein and Maxwell. Epstein and Maxwell, the only two that we need to know. Here they have given children to a massive list, including our past president, Donald Trump, our past president, Bill Clinton, Democrat, Republican, one or the other. It doesn't matter. They're all doing it. Mm-hmm. The former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, a far left Roman Catholic sexual deviant. We call him Nipples Cuomo. Go ahead and look that up. Cuomo Nipples. Go ahead and look that up. Wonder why he is on the list there. His Kennedy ex-wife on the list in Epstein's black book. His brother, Chris Cuomo. You got the politician here running the state of New York. And by the way, Franklin Roosevelt, the Freemason, had Thomas Paran, the Tuskegee monster, was his Surgeon General in New York when he was governor. When he became president, he took Thomas Paran and made him Surgeon General of the United States from New York. Roman Catholic Church owns New York. Andrew Cuomo, a far left Roman Catholic governor, son of Mario Cuomo, far left Roman Catholic governor. Why do we have father and son, father and daughter? Oh, nobody else was qualified to run New York. The Bushes, nobody else. Skull and Bones Bush 41, Skull and Bones Bush 68. Is it 48 and 68? Nobody else can run. In Canada, Trudeau, Justin Castro Trudeau, another far left Roman Catholic sexual deviant, son of Pierre Trudeau, another Roman Catholic sexual. How come these are the only people that are qualified to run? What are we? Feudalism, guys, is what I was talking about. Your elections are a joke. It's feudalism.
I want to make sure the people are able to access and get in contact with you guys. Can you guys talk about your channels or your outlets or whatever you're promoting, your Instagrams, whatever?
Let me go real fast. I want to tell the audience, email me. I love hearing from you. Even if you want to yell at me and talk crap, I still enjoy it. So, and everybody listening, I mean, get involved, help the podcast, by liking and sharing, but you could also give me feedback. These other guys too, even emailing and talking is, I appreciate. So,
Vinny, what is your email? And then we'll go to Austin, then D, and then I'll be last.
It's in the description.
AD always hooked it up. He hooked me up. My email is always in there. So if anybody ever wants to get in contact with me, AD puts it in, and I'll leave the rest for the other guys.
Witsit Gets It, WITSIT. Witsit Gets It on YouTube, IG, pretty much everything. So yeah, Witsit Gets It. And we get censored a lot, but you'll be able to find me for the most part.
Nice. I'll put your link in the description too.
Dope. Appreciate it, brother.
Okay.
All right. Cool. My moderately inactive YouTube channel is D Marble, just D.Marble. On IG, on Instagram. Again, I'm not posting a whole lot these days. I got 6.5 acres here in Arkansas, and I'm pretty much taking care of it by myself, amongst a lot of other things. So, posting and all that has kind of taken a backseat to actual life. You know what I mean? So, on Instagram, it's at D_Marble_FE. You want to follow me on there? And that's about it.
D Marble. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Or you can Google Spirit Level Guy.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm putting your link in the description also. And go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, my website, johnnycirucci.com, JohnnyCirucci.com. My full name is Giovanni Cirucci. I've got 5 books on Amazon: Illuminati Unmasked, Secret History, Eaters of Children is huge, guys. There's a show right there, but it's probably getting pulled off of YouTube. My 4th book was Romans of Mass Destruction, and my most recent book, Disciples of Ra, Sun Worshippers. I think it was Austin that said that out of the park. Well done. They are secret sun worshippers, about medicine, viruses, and vaccines. And the majority of my material, my audio and video material is on Odyssey. So you can find me, Johnny Cirucci, on Odyssey. Thanks, guys.
Gotcha. I can see your Amazon links up here too. That's cool.
Johnny was thrown off for the last time the day I came on your show for the first time, Killah. That day I came on and I met you guys. That was the day we were thrown off of YouTube for the last
March
time.
15th. March 15th on the Ides of March. They kicked me off of Facebook.
Come back since then.
Yeah. They try to censor everything that's when you're kicking truth, and you putting out the word, you know what I mean? They always trying to take that down because it's not designed to come out with truth. This is
Priest, they did that. Priest, it was Event 201. They learned in Event 201, they told each other, in order for us to make this work, we have to clamp down on information. And they have us in a corner. They put us down. They got us hooked on Wikipedia. They got us hooked on Google. They got us hooked on the internet. And that's where we go. They got us hooked on YouTube. And that's where everybody goes. And so once they had control, all they had to do was shut it down.
Yeah. Wow. Doing a job as the negative side. The negative side, it's like when you're pushing this truth and you coming out. I just want to commend all of y'all, man, because it takes a lot of guts, takes a lot of balls, it takes a lot of energy.
No pun intended with the balls.
No pun. It could be anything. You know what I mean? So, but it takes a lot to come out and just push forth this truth for the people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, that's right there. We gotta give y'all a shout out just for that, man. And doing the work, it takes a lot. And I want everybody to know that everybody that's up here is out here doing the work. And that's, man, I give you a clap just for that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Killah, I want to give you credit too, man. I want to give you so much credit, and I thank you so much that you actually, you are strong too. It's great what you're doing, that you're giving a platform for us to be able to talk. You know, you let everyone talk clearly. So, you know, big props to you, Killah. You know, so
yeah, Priest chose this topic. I don't want people at home to think like, oh, AD's bringing in his flat Earth people. No, Priest chose this, and that's cool.
Yeah.
And you know me, I always want to do the best I can for Priest. Try to put on the best show, bring the best guests.
Well, I find the conversation interesting, and I don't think, you know, running away from conversations is not one good thing. That we've been doing that, hiding the truth and hiding everything for a very long time. But we all grown, and it's time to have dialogue and dealing with subject matters and going into it, because at the end of the day, we all want to know the truth. You know what I mean? The truth is something that can't be tampered with, diluted.
And then, Priest, we're on a suicide train. We're on a suicide train. And these guys here are running through the train saying, guys, this is suicide. The bridge is out. The bridge is out. The bridge is out. We need to get off the suicide train. And God bless you for putting us here. What we're trying to do is get people to look over your newspaper, look out the window. You're on a suicide train. And by the way, some evil, evil people, the billionaires, the Roman Catholic, they're the ones driving the suicide train, and they want us to fall off.
Couple super chats real quick. Fella B says, buildings were founded in 1887. Freemasons, free buildings they took over after the mud flood reset.
Felon B, hit me up, man. I've been doing some big research into that. I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Nice.
Yes, I've been talking all about that. Founded. Nothing says built, because they didn't build anything. You go back a year ago when I came on the show and I said that. None of this stuff was built by the Catholic Church. Felon B, good comment. You could hit me up if you want.
Harrison Diaz has a question. Why is LGBTQ pushed so hard? What's with the new pronouns? No one taught me.
I've got that. Go ahead, Austin.
They don't want us reproducing.
Yeah, I will tell you that from what I've seen, they want to have us obsessed with wild, undisciplined lust and sex. They want us obsessed. What scares them the most are people who are mature, they have discipline, they have self-control. There's a time and a place for everything. Just the opposite, not no sex. It's a time and a place for everything. If they get us obsessed with sex, then it feeds us and we disconnect. We lose our desire for anything else, like any other obsession, like any other
over-sexualized.
Sex or lust. They want us obsessed with lust so that we feed us, particularly men. They want men to fall into two categories: either not men at all, effeminate and feminine, and having women do things for them, or in the other extreme of being obsessed with only satisfying themselves. That's not maturity. That's not responsibility. A responsible man looks to his responsibilities, his wife, his children, to take care of them. That scares them. And so they want us to be distracted, particularly with sex. And I don't fault people in the homosexual community. It's not their fault. It's they are being used. They're being used and exploited. And what I've found, particularly in my third book, Eaters of Children, many people are homosexual because they were abused as children. So they put out this ridiculous idea that it's your genetics. Same thing with sickness. It's your genetics. No, these people, look at how many people in Hollywood were child actors and are homosexuals now. They're not going to tell you that they were raped as kids. That's the problem. And they gravitate towards their own gender as a way to deal with their trauma. So it is a purposeful agenda of distraction, of emulsion, to get us obsessed over that, and self-discipline and self-control with personal responsibility. They're the keys to get out, and that is what they fear.
It's multiple agendas because they're trying to suppress the alpha male. They want to destroy the alpha male. That's why men are under attack with the food and all that. The plastics, the plastic water bottles. It all creates estrogen. There's estrogenic chicken. You know, even if you get the organic chicken, like it's got a linoleic acid. Like it's all meant to bring down the alpha male, lower testosterone. That's what they want to do. Men have to literally watch what they eat, watch what they drink consciously, because we're all under attack. The fast food, it's feminizing. The meat, the hormones. If you're not getting grass fed, grass finished, you're likely to be eating some soy fed cows. Do you know what I mean? So they're trying to bring us down on all of that, and they want less people to make children. I mean, we can talk about the Georgia Guidestones and how they want less people on the planet. I mean, there's people saying like, yo, with all these shootings going on, I don't even want to have kids. You know what I mean? So I don't even want to get into the shootings. I know that's a whole other topic itself too. But man, so many things are just trying to make people not want to have kids anymore.
AD, the meat industry is satanic. It is satanic. I'm sorry, Vinny. I'm just throwing this out real quick. The meat industry is satanic. You wonder why kids, 9-year-old little girl is already mature.
No, go ahead.
And she's been eating hormones. She's been eating growth hormones out of the satanic meat industry.
Mm-hmm. The factory farmed meat with the soy, corn fed.
Yeah.
He comes with the smoke, huh, Killah?
He coming with the heat. He just came out of nowhere. It was like the meat industry is satanic. No, but it's real though.
And then you got to be careful with those vegan foods too, because a lot of them are full of polyunsaturated fats. That's estrogenic also. And people think, oh, I'm eating healthy because it's vegan. Nah, you're messing up your gut lining with all that fiber. The fiber creates serotonin. Serotonin's a precursor to estrogen, and you're getting more estrogenic. You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't mean you're gonna turn, anything different, but you're not gonna be as alpha as you could be if you ate like the proper foods.
Like Jesse Lee Peterson, beta.
Yeah, exactly. People were all afraid of cholesterol for a while. Remember? Then come to find, hey, cholesterol is actually what we need for testosterone. We got another super chat here from Sacred Knowledge. He says, bigger than flat Earth is the fact that mountains are actually melted buildings. Go to When the Buildings Cried or Tartarian Meltdown to blow your mind.
Yeah. I brought this up. I told you guys I'd love to do a show on that if you guys want. I'll try to get some of the best. And I believe in it. I don't know if you remember me saying it a year ago, but
I've heard that some of the mountains were like old ruins of pyramids and yeah.
Yeah, I know a guy. I know a guy who's really into that, Vinny. If you want to get in touch offline, I can put you in touch with my dude, Richard.
Yeah, let me know. I'll hit you up on that.
All right, cool. Yeah, man.
All right, that's it for super chats. Let me double check to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Kenneth said mountains have cities in them. That one.
That could be part of the inner Earth theory.
Yeah.
That's it for super chats here. If you guys will have any more super chats, ask them now while we still can.
Yeah, come on. Y'all doing great today, man. You're doing great today.
The links to the guests are in the description.
Yes, exactly. We got to get to the whole thing is about solutions, right? We're going to get to some solution. What's the solution? Let's go. What's the solution? I'm all in. Let's get to the solution.
I love what you were dropping, Johnny, about the health, though, because I love talking about health, but I think that's such a huge factor.
Is health the solution?
I mean, health is wealth.
Yeah, no. I'm asking you a question.
I think that's one of the solutions. Yeah,
information is the solution. I like that.
Yeah, replacing the way that people
you get information.
Changing what you eat, replacing what people are taught, and then reproducing, like making babies and giving them the knowledge that we find out. So we raise like the next generation of legends, I think is the answer. So it's like, it's kind of a combination of all of it. And then figuring out where you are is like the giant first step to where we can like really change the tide. So it's like health and how we teach our children and making children.
It's fear. It's fear. It's the factor of fear, man. Just getting rid of that factor of fear. Was it taught? Is it foreign? You know what I'm saying? It's like they push that agenda of fear.
And fear controls.
And fear is control.
Yeah.
What Austin had it earlier is that we have been lied to. Right. We have been lied to. As soon as you realize, when we go into the grocery store, and I still people after 3 years still wearing masks. How are you so trustful of a guy like Anthony Fauci that has a record? He's been an institution. It's like 60 years this guy has been. Donald Trump has a problem with it. Then fire him. He's one of your employees. There's something bigger above Donald Trump. And he was a fraud and a puppet too. Just look up Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, inappropriate, and you'll know what's going on. You have to realize critical thinking. You have to be a critical thinker. That's why I love these guys that are here on this panel. You have to do it for yourself. Question authority. Authority is malignant. Who are the real traffickers? Who gets arrested for trafficking and drugs? People who aren't on the government payroll. The real traffickers are the government, the cops, the FBI, the CIA. They're the ones that are actually trafficking. Are you kidding me? You have a comedian, Ashton Kutcher, come to Congress and talk to us about how the FBI needed him to find child traffickers. How stupid are we? The FBI, the most powerful government agency, law enforcement agency anywhere in the world, and they need this clown, and by the way, born and raised Roman Catholic, Ashton Kutcher, to help them track down, get human traffickers. This is it. What you guys are doing right now, have the courage. Information is the start to help wake people up, to get them thinking critically again, to get them off the suicide train. That's number one. And then number two is networking, having people get together as a group, because once you're awake, they pick you off one by one. They come and kick your door down at 3 a.m. with their MRAPs and their soldiers and pick you off one by one. So number one is information. Number two is networking.
Nice. Well said. We got another.
Yo, guys, I actually got to get out of here because we have a couple things I got to do. So I hate to have to dip, but I definitely do. But thank you guys for having me on, man. It's been epic. I'd love to come on again sometime. And shout out to you, brother, for having people on here speaking the truth, bro. You're a legend.
Hey, thank you so much, Witsit. I'm going to follow your channel. You're saying some good things.
All right. Much love, bro.
All right.
Don't let him follow you too much. He's a bit of a stalker.
All right. Peace.
Take care, Austin.
All right, we got this super chat right here from Nyasha Champ. She says, "Is the Child Eater documentary about Pizzagate?"
Yeah, I have a Pizzagate documentary on my BitChute channel. It's actually on all my channels. It's doing pretty well, like 22,000 hits on BitChute. It's overall about the fraud of, that's Eater. Thanks, love you, Vinny. It's my third book, Eaters of Children, and it gets into how abuse of the innocent is the gateway to power. So every big name that you see out there that you're thinking, a lot of people out there, hey, Donald Trump, he's our guy. He's gonna save us all. He's gonna go after the pedophiles. No, he is one. He is one. The only way they get into a position of power is if they're evil, if they use and abuse children. And so that's what that is. I call it the bureaucracy.
Yeah, I don't get down with child abuse. What about those guys who? What's the guy who killed himself? They were doing now. Everything is with the child sex trafficking thing. Then what's the guy who killed himself? Epstein. And
Epstein.
Then they brought down this whole ring that they were all doing that, and they were all at those parties or those little seance or rituals they were having, eating children and having and doing all type of vow and weird stuff.
Well, that's what Johnny was bringing up, and
right.
And all you hear about is Epstein and Giselle.
She was never arrested and he never died.
Yeah,
he never died.
She was never arrested. We don't have any pictures of her perp walk. We don't have any pictures of her in an orange jumpsuit. It's all fraud. He was arrested back in, when was it? Like 2007, and let free. And basically they gave him like weekends house arrest, and real great deal for this is a guy that's trafficking children to the elite, and they gave this unbelievable sweetheart deal. And the federal prosecutor Alexander Acosta became Donald Trump's Secretary of Labor. Why is that important? Because the Secretary of Labor is responsible for looking out for child trafficking. They manage child trafficking regulations. So emphasis on the word manage. They put Epstein. How is it that a child trafficker is a household name? That's because after decades of raping and abusing kids and giving kids to the elite, he was considered expendable because he's Jewish. So we could all get fixated on him being Jewish and then say, oh, it disappeared. What is his clientele? He has a black book of hundreds of powerful people that no one's interested in. The media is not interested. It's just Epstein. He's gone. He killed himself twice. He fell on a knife 14 times. Whatever ridiculous story. Are you kidding me? He was on suicide watch in a federal penitentiary. What does that mean? He tried to kill himself twice and eventually succeeded on suicide watch. Ludicrous. And the CCTV camera footage that got lost and destroyed, just like the NASA footage, just like all the NASA homework in relation to going to the moon. Oh, we lost it. My dog ate it. You know, I hate when that happens. My dog ate it. Are you kidding me? It is a system. Your entire system is built on this, and it's rotten to the core. And these people are evil, and it's time for a revolution.
Hey.
I love you, Daddy.
Love you too, bro. I keep talking over poor D. D's got to have some input here.
What up, D? What's good?
I got nothing, man. Y'all got all the bases covered, man. Johnny is a wealth of knowledge over here.
Yeah, man. It's a lot. Yeah,
Austin's doing his thing. I'm just chilling. I'm actually learning a whole lot myself, man. Johnny's got the facts out here, so I mean, my input's minimal. I find it to be odd that only Epstein was targeted, and we're online and we've seen the screenshots of the black book, and we've seen the names over there and the phone numbers blacked out and all that. We've all seen this stuff. We saw those emails that were leaked from Hillary Clinton's server where they're using all this code that the FBI has deemed to it's like pedophile code. It's code language, talking about pizza and Domino's and spaghetti, different pasta sauce and walnut sauce and stuff like that. It's like we all saw this stuff years ago and it was under the rug. Like nobody ever really looked into it. Nobody was really arrested. It's just a rigged system, and at this point, the solution would just be to find ways to get self-sustaining out here as best you can. Try to hunker down and get ready for what's coming up next, because we're all seeing what's going on. The increases in the gas prices, the manufactured food shortages. We're seeing all these food distribution plants just going up in flames. That's odd. And like all these different factories where they're producing food just happen to be, catching fire all like within days of each other. So it's some crazy times going on, So I mean, we just got to do what we can to be prepared for what's coming up next. I mean, it's rough out here, and if it's not, it's about to be. So stock up on food, stock up on ammo, stock up on water, and pray. So
it's about to go.
Gotta hop off too, man.
Right. Okay, but I was going to ask you, to your best of knowledge, what do you feel that's coming up next? I mean, do you think it's going to get a little better or a little worse?
I know.
I mean, it's
just be honest with us. Tell us if it's getting worse. Just tell us. You know what I'm saying? If you think it's going to get better,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have ears to the ground as far as what might happen. It's just it's important to be prepared for what may take place. Right. We're all seeing the food shortages. I mean, as the gas prices get more, like increase more, that affects the food chain a whole lot as far as distribution. Because I mean, all these huge, the 18-wheelers, they're moving the food from one place to another. So it's costing a whole lot more to get into these different places. It's right. Like I said, the food distribution plants and all that, they're all being destroyed. I'm thinking by agents, different places, different plants. This place that produces eggs ends up, just going up. All of a sudden, what are they talking about? Like 10,000 cows died of heat exhaustion all at the same time. something like that. You know, this is recent stuff that's happening. So, you know, the idea is just, look, they want to get people to where, you know, the whole divide and conquer strategy, when they take it to the point to where people start to go a day or two without food, that's going to be rough. Or not even a day or two. When people start to miss meals, that whole humanity thing goes out of the window.
They took out the baby formula already.
Yo, I have to feed my kids. So if I can't get it this way, I'm going to have to get it this other way. You know what I mean? That's what it's coming to. So, you know, we just got to be ready for whatever's coming next. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but I can say that it's a good idea to be prepared just in case. Just in case. And they talk about Great Reset. I see that right there. Dylan put that in the chat. The Great Reset. They're trying to reset the whole system. And you know, I mean, the end result is what they've been talking about for years and years: a new world order, the one world government control system, where they got the microchips on everybody. They get rid of paper currency, everything digital, and all that. This whole social credit system and all that. They want to roll all that stuff out. But there's got to be some kind of catalyst that moves it in that direction. So
yeah, to create a new order, they need to create new chaos, and that's what's happening now.
But yeah, that's
so,
what
yeah, order out of chaos.
I mean,
I wanted to say,
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
but
and anybody,
like I said, I gotta hop on.
All right,
but
travel.
Yeah, appreciate.
Thanks for coming on, D.
Thank you, D.
I appreciate you for having me on, man.
Yeah, travel.
I'd love to come on again. I got more flat Earth stuff to share. But,
yeah, man. Travel at light, man. Travel at light.
Yeah, let me know. I'll be around, man. Vinny, I'll be in touch, man. Hit me up whenever. You got my number. Johnny, keep doing your thing, man. I appreciate you. You got a lot of information to share with the folks, man. Appreciate you all. KP, appreciate you, boss.
Light Chariot.
I'm out of here.
Love you, D.
All right. Guys.
Thank you. Peace.
Well, since he left, can I finish? I want to actually say something. Another thing is Killah. I don't know if you ever seen but it was a book written in like the 50s. It was called Atlas Shrugged. And I want to know if anybody in the audience seen the movie or read the book. But to me, day one, when COVID started, the first thing I told everyone, this is Atlas Shrugged. It was the elite in the 50s talked about what they were going to do. And the way they described it is they literally destroy their own businesses. And basically the story in Atlas Shrugged is the elite want to stop the world's production. So what they do is they destroy their own businesses. They destroy the world. And just like basically you see like the gas prices go up. There's no more good workers. Everything just goes to crap real quick. And that's how they destroy everything. So to me, so Atlas Shrugged was something I heard a while ago. And to me, it feels like that's what we're going through. They're destroying everything. They're destroying their own thing because they want to stop. Like Austin said, they don't want us having children. They don't want us to be able to do anything. They basically want to just get rid of stuff. And like AD mentioned, the Georgia Guidestones, they only want 500 million.
Yeah.
So that's
okay.
Like,
why 500? Why?
I think
why do you think
now I think because now they have a lot more technology. They have technology. They don't need as many slaves or workers. And also probably that the devil and these people know that if we have too much time, we'll stop them. You know, they can't. It's like the devil knows he doesn't have a lot of time, so he's going hardcore. He's going full steam, and they're not going to stop. You know, it would take all of us to wake up, and we have to stop it. You know, so to me, this is all to destroy America, because to have a one world government, America has to go. This is what I said a year ago when I came on. COVID was for this. You know, they're destroying America. We're basically going to be like China. China is the model. China has been controlled by the Jesuits for a long time, and communism they've been perfecting. And we're going to have the same thing. We're going to have facial recognition. You're not going to have cash. You're going to go into stores, and their cameras are going to recognize your face and take it from your electronic banking. and everything is going to be totally controlled. That's what they're building. That's what the 5G and all of this is, in my opinion, that's what's going on.
We already have it right now with the credit cards. You just tap your credit card to the end of, the receiver, or even at a gas station, and you don't have to even slide it inside a slot anymore. You just tap it. All they got to do is put that onto a little chip, and then boom, everything's there. And you just choose what you're paying with.
Yeah, they already started.
First your vaccine pass, and then carbon credits, because they're going to attach it to climate change. And you're going to have, they actually have, you're volunteer for this right now. There are carbon credit cards that will cut you off when you hit your carbon credit limits. What are carbon credits? It's ridiculous. They made it up. It is just a way for the machine to limit you and destroy what's left of your quality of life, and to control you digitally. I'll tell you guys, we've seen so much of the so-called truth community be promoted by cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. And I've been thinking all along, it's digital. It's digital. That means you can hack it. That means you can steal it. That's what they're pushing you into. It seems like a trap to me. Yeah. But you guys are key. What you guys are doing is so key to what we need, to the revolution, and particularly getting above the racial division. People are being played again and again. Back in 2015, remember the South, was it North Charleston, South Carolina, I think it was, the shooting of Walter Scott by a white police officer, Michael Slager. I have this picture. This is the debrief of Michael Slager, the cop that supposedly shot Walter Scott. Do you see what he's doing there with his left pant leg rolled up, the way the Freemasons do? They are playing us. You remember, stop. You remember, let's see here. Yeah, George Floyd. What is this clown doing? Derek Chauvin. What is he doing? This has nothing to do with proper police procedure. And what's with his hand in his pocket? The hidden hand. He's saying he's one of the hidden hand. Okay. We are being played, and we have to rise above this. We have to get together, because once we get past this, oh my goodness, it's over. It is over. When we start getting together and not allowing ourselves to be played, to think critically, to not, like I said, it's not white versus black. It's us versus them. They are done. When we're able to think this through, they are done. And I love you guys for helping get the word out.
Now, isn't it important to, I mean, we could prove flat earth all day, but don't you think it's important to prove that climate change is bullshit?
Absolutely.
How do we prove that climate change is bullshit?
And
do you do it by flat earth?
Or HARP?
No, HARP's
that's
real.
One way.
HARP is real.
Well, tell the people what HARP is.
That's weather modification. By sending microwaves into the ionosphere.
Yeah.
We know about that.
High active oil. Yeah.
But how do you prove that climate change is bullshit? And then, because wouldn't that be something to shut down?
The word. Well, let's think about the word climate change. Doesn't the climate change every day?
Yeah, it does.
So climate change, yeah.
The banks are still selling real estate.
Right,
yeah, the banks aren't affected by it. You can still buy a property off the shore.
Yeah, come on.
Do you know what I mean?
It's just another boogeyman.
Of course,
it's just another boogeyman.
Then how do you do it without taking over the liberal industrial complex?
Now you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that'd be cool,
well,
man.
Yeah, it's a good question. Again, I think it's more up to the people. I don't think you could force the truth onto people anyway, right?
Yeah, they have to find out on their own.
They have to be willing to do it themselves. You know, we can't grab anyone like they live, like beat them up and put the glasses on. You know, we can't do that. You know, people have to be willing to, and if they're not, then I think we're supposed to just go on to the next person and find someone. You know, find the people who do care.
They have to watch the Killah Priest podcast to get this information. Podcraft, yeah.
A big part, AD, a big part of the climate change.
Assalamu alaikum.
Well, it's alaikum salam.
Go ahead. A big part of what?
Assalamu alaikum, Vinny.
There's a big piece of evidence against climate change fraud, which is the 1998 hockey stick graph paper that was proven to be completely fraudulent, that was proven to be manipulated. Now, since then, they blow a lot of smoke about, oh, no, it's really true. But that was, once they came out, it's like I was talking about earlier about the frauds in evolution and Piltdown Man. It was created by that Jesuit, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Once we pegged them on fraud in 1998, a paper by Michael Mann, M-A-N-N, swirled with controversy because it was fabricated, it was made up. And that is evidence that the science is not science. They are manipulating us to destroy our quality of life. And people just have to wake up. These billionaires are not going to change themselves. These billionaires are going to continue to eat caviar and children. They want us to lower our standard of living. Well, that's not the solution.
Well, who's trying to change the billionaire mind state? Right?
No, the only way we're going to change a billionaire mind state is when we're marching through the streets.
Yeah. I'm not saying
we're marching through the streets.
Right.
When we're riding on top of the tanks we've taken out of the National Guard, and we're riding through the streets into the gate and rolling over the gated communities, when we're doing, then we'll change their minds. We'll change their minds the old-fashioned way.
Isn't a protest pointless if we're not getting media coverage?
No, not at all. A protest will put your face in the FBI data bank for them. What a protest is you're begging them to stop being them. You're right. I'm being sarcastic, AD. You're absolutely right. A protest serves no purpose. The only thing you can get out of the protest is maybe if you're smart, you're actually networking and meeting other smart people, like-minded. But for the most part, the trucker protest against Canada, you guys talked about it earlier. Our food, our logistics are destroyed. And so you're going to encourage a bunch of truckers to block the roads? How does that help? It doesn't. It goes in the opposite direction. You were played again. You were played. The trucker protest did nothing. Protests do nothing. First, you have to be dangerous with information, and then you have to be dangerous with training. And what does that include? You have to have supplies as much as possible. You have to take full advantage of your right to self-defense before they take that from you too, your Second Amendment rights. And if you're living in a location that you're not allowed to have a privately owned firearm, that's a problem right there. And oh, by the way, that's where firearm confiscation started back in the Civil War, where they were taking firearms from freed slaves. Look up gun control. It started with the desire to keep freed slaves disarmed. And then the 1968 Gun Control Act that started all the gun control we have now, before that it was machines, was actually taken from the word for word, that a Roman Catholic senator, Thomas Dodd, the father of Christopher Dodd, the guy that was behind the housing bubble, took the 1968 Gun Control Act word for word from the 1938 Nazi Gun Control Act. Okay, because ultimately they want us slaves, dumbed down, disarmed, and easy pickings. So first, you have to be independent yourself. Don't be afraid of guns. Be responsible. Be mature. But also, you understand it's you against them. It's us against them. And so that's where it starts. But it's not just you with the firearm, because like I said earlier, that's easy pickings for them. They'll fabricate some ridiculous excuse and kick your door down at 3 a.m., shoot your dog, shoot you. It's networking. What we need is a system where when they come to your house, kick your door down, you're on the phone or you're finding a way to communicate with your neighbors. And all of a sudden, these jackboot thugs that are outside with MRAPs and soldiers, they are actually surrounded themselves. That is the key. It's networking. It's information. It's self-defense. And then it's networking so that your friends and families can come out and be there for your defense.
It's definitely networking.
Nice.
I mean,
very well said.
That's the big one. Is we got to come together. I mean, the whole thing with it's not black and white, it's us versus them. I mean, that is the big thing, is we got to be able to get past all these things. And that's with the LBG and all these things they're throwing at us, whether it's race, religion, or sexuality. It's everything to get us to fight with each other and not get close to each other. We have to love each other. Like Jesse Lee Peterson, man, you got to even love your enemy. If you have love, we could all come together and strengthen numbers. It's always been that. You know, from even the Million Man March, right? They all knew strength in numbers. We got to be able to get along with each other and come together.
Amen.
That's the number one.
But the enemy is Vinny. So what is love your enemy? From a Christian perspective, love your enemy is the desire. You pray for them to get right, to get straight, from a Christian perspective, to take in Christ, because once they get right, once they take in Christ, then they'll stop being your enemy. That's the important thing. They're out there committing monstrous crimes and they will be held to account. We need to hold them to account. So that's what love your enemy actually means in the Christian sense, is you pray for them to wake the F up. You pray for them to get right, to do the right thing. And if they haven't done the right thing and it's table flipping time, then guess what? It's judgment time.
Give him a bomb for that.
Give him a bomb. Give him a bomb for that. He's going in.
Oh, you want me to?
Love you guys.
AD won't give me a bomb.
I was doing something else. It was gonna take longer.
Is this guy, this brother right here? He's Vinny's home. He's a flat earther as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but this is the Jesuit guy. You know how Razul, you asked me about, Vinny, and I said I'm not the best Jesuit guy.
You know, we had some conversations over the phone just to let Priest and AD know, and I got a lot of questions for you Jesuits, man. We're gonna have a long build soon.
Yeah, I told you, man.
I don't think you guys is ready for me because we got to do this on my show. I can't. This is pre-show. I got a lot of crazy ass questions.
Johnny ain't worried. Trust me.
I'm here for you, Razul. I'm here.
You hear that, Priest? He's here for me. You here for me? Wait till we get through. Go ahead, brother.
Ask a question.
Well, why do y'all think? Thank you, Priest. Thank you for that. Because I got a question for you. Why do you think so? You think that the people from NASA are Jesuits, correct? Or they work for the Jesuits, correct?
Here's ultimately, for instance, now we talked earlier about how NASA was seeded by Nazis. If you go back and look up the rat lines, what were the rat lines?
Listen, I know about that.
Hold on. We're going to cut it. Because y'all keep cutting. Because you already cut them off.
No, I didn't cut him off. I already know about
the. Trying to explain it.
No,
but you
I know
about. I was
about that.
When he tried to explain
I
it to you,
know about that.
I know about that. Well,
I know about that. No, I didn't think he's going to bring that up. I thought he was going to go into something different. I didn't know he was going to bring that up.
Hold on.
I thought he was going to tell me something different.
You can't control what he's going to say, though.
I know I can't control it.
You want him to go into something that you want him to directly go into.
You know what it is?
Start talking about this? Why you start talking about that?
Right. You got it. You know what it is? We don't. And Priest is right about that. But hold on. I've heard that. Me and Vinny talked about that.
What y'all talked about, Vinny?
We talked about a couple of things, and I remember Vinny bringing that up. I always say to Vinny, like, listen, man, this stuff is phenomenal stuff. But, here's the thing. It's like you making these guys out to be the ultimate power of the earth, right? And I'm trying to figure something out here. It's like, how did y'all come to this? Where's the evidence and all that? Y'all got to show some more evidence, man.
What evidence did they show?
Would you like to
telling us about? It's like it always sounds like the
Can I ask Russell a couple of questions?
No,
just tell us.
Well, we trying to learn about the Jesuits. I'm asking them the questions.
Well, if you want to learn about the Jesuits, you got to ask them.
That's why I'm asking them. Because
he has 5 books. I mean, we got a lot of information. We got a lot of the stuff for you.
Right.
That's why I said we're not worried. I'll come on your podcast.
Yeah.
AD, I don't care. I'll go on Meng's pod. We're not afraid, man.
All I want to know is, how did y'all come to the conclusion that NASA is under the Jesuit, the Jesuits, they control NASA, they control all of the governments of the world, right? How did y'all come to that conclusion?
It's influence. It's influence. I'll give you an example. It's influence. We were talking about earlier before you got here, Razul, of the power of the Catholic Church based on people to believe that their eternal soul depends upon whatever the priest tells them to do. Let me give you an example. A woman who did a great job when she was in for a very short period of time. Do you remember Cynthia McKinney, a congresswoman in Georgia?
She was amazing. I remember. She exposed Dime Corps, right?
She exposed child trafficking through the Blackwater people, the Blackwater types of Dime Corp. She actually brought this up for a hearing. Now it was just a hearing, so no arrests were made, but she had the courage to bring this up. She is a great example. Her family were Protestant Christians, but they have this concept that a Catholic education is the best education you can have. They put their little girl, Cynthia, into a Catholic school. Do you know that she was so overwhelmed with being in a Catholic school, being taught by nuns and priests, that she decided she was going to become a nun herself? She eventually gave up on that and instead just became a very devout Roman Catholic. So this is the example of what we call Jesuit here at Team Cirucci, of the power of the Catholic Church. These people aren't Catholics themselves, and yet just by going to a Catholic school, they've been thoroughly dominated and controlled by priests and nuns. It is an influence that is absolutely amazing. To be born and raised Roman Catholic, to have a loved one who is Catholic, the power, the influence, the control. And this is what the Roman Catholic Church has that nobody else has, Rasul. They have confessionals.
No, well, yeah, that's true. That is true. Sorry, I didn't cut you off. Go ahead, Vinny was about to say something. Go ahead, Vinny. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vinny.
Yeah, well, Johnny, you could also, Rasul was bringing up how he knows about the Nazi rat line. Well, that was totally through the Catholic Church.
100%. World War II. World War II would not have happened. Did you know that a Jesuit priest named Bernard Stampfel wrote Mein Kampf for Hitler? A vicious anti-Semite Jesuit priest.
That's very interesting topic you brought up right there. I didn't know that. Proceed.
The Jesuits, for instance, the Pope during World War II was a guy by the name of
Priest always making me laugh, yo. Go ahead.
Eugenio Pacelli was in position to make the Nazi Party come alive because he was the papal nuncio, the papal ambassador. Did you know that Rome is a sovereign city-state?
Oh yes, it's a diocese.
Yeah,
yes.
it has its own stamps.
Mm-hmm.
It has its own money. It has its own police and jails. It has its own ambassadors. And so the ambassador from Rome to Austria and Germany in the 1920s was the guy who became the Pope during World War II, Eugenio Pacelli, Pius XII. He was there to help make things happen. So many of these key figures in the Nazi Party were actually Roman Catholic. Heinrich Himmler, the guy behind the secret police, was a Jesuit priest, and nobody knows that. I've got the sources on that. Joseph Goebbels, the mastermind behind propaganda, Roman Catholic. The Catholic Church.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I think when you say you like that, I think you think everything it changes. Like I like that.
I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't like you bringing out some stuff. I didn't know that. The Mein Kampf, John. You that's explosive to me.
Absolutely, Bernard Stampfel.
Well, please keep telling him about the mind. What's explosive?
Because the Mein Kampf, I always thought.
Could you please talk about the mind?
No. Let him keep going though. I don't want him to get off. Keep going. Because here's the thing. We talk. Y'all came on here really explosive with the like Vinny came in. Yeah, it's them. They're the ones. We gotta get them. So it's like we want to. But now the Catholic. Go ahead.
I've told Killah, we could set up things. If you want to have like a thing, that's why I also brought Johnny on too. I wanted to introduce you to, like you was talking to me the other day. You were like, I thought you were the best, Vinny, right? With Jesuits. And I was like, no, I'm not the best. Johnny Cirucci is,
Okay.
So even like with the flat earth, I was like, I did the best I could, but I was like, you know what? I think Dave Weiss could do a better show. Can I bring Dave? So.
Right.
Well, you think the earth is a block, right?
I do, and
How do you get that? Listen, I've told you guys many times here on the platform. It's a rock. The Earth is a rock. It's a lumpy rock. And you guys don't believe in gravity. I think the Jesuits came up with gravity, and
they did. So they also came up with the Big Bang. You're late to the show, Rasul.
No, I'm not late to the show. I'm not late to the show.
Were you
I'm
listening?
not late to. No. I'm not.
It's almost over.
No. I'm not late to the show in terms of like. Yeah, I am late to the show, but
this
I already
show tonight. Yeah.
Tonight. That's what I'm saying.
No, we talked about it earlier.
I knew about that Just to let you guys know, like, you know, y'all think the Jesuits.
Yeah. No, because we don't go back and forth.
No. Right. No, Priest is right, though. We already talked about all that, right? So I'll come on here and I'm asking the question. But, yeah, I mean, I got a good point.
The Big Bang. For instance, the Big Bang. Did you know the Big Bang? So this idea that first there was nothing.
That doesn't come from
a priest, a Roman Catholic priest. Georges Lemaitre came up with that. A priest.
Yeah.
Here's a picture real quick of the ambassador.
He was an ex-priest, though. He wasn't a priest at the time that he came up with those theories.
No, that's incorrect. He was a priest.
I read otherwise, yo. All right, well, we can go. Okay, go ahead.
Georges Lemaitre. Here's a picture of the ambassador from the Vatican to Germany in 1927, Eugenio Pacelli, who later became Pope Pius XII. See how involved they were with Germany before the war to make sure World War II happened. Why? Because they hated Germany because it was the home of Martin Luther, who caused the Great Reformation, the break from the church.
Yeah, a great Protestant nation.
And that was in it's like the 1500s, correct?
That's right. Yeah, 1517. Good for you, Rizzo. Yeah, 1517. Good for you.
Martin Luther was the first one to put the Bible, the Biblos, the Bible, into the King's. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. The King's English, correct?
He was not the first one, but it was a very, very important thing that he did.
Right.
When he had a benefactor named Frederick the Wise. And when he broke with Rome, when he nailed his 95 Theses to All Saints Cathedral, Rome wanted him dead.
Yes.
There were literal Vatican assassins trying to kill him.
Yeah.
So he was basically kidnapped for his own safety and put in Wartburg Castle. He had nothing to do. And so he translated the Bible into vernacular German. And he would go and dress up as a knight. He was Junker Jorg. He would go into the bars and pubs and listen to how people talked. And then he would take that language. He actually united the German language so he could write Bibles in German in the basic tongue.
Right.
So,
yeah, you're right on point with that, my brother. They wanted to kill Martin Luther, yo. It was a real bad thing. They wanted to take him out.
Okay.
The Jesuits were basically created to go after the Protestants. Their number one enemy to the Jesuits is the Protestants.
Shout
Counter-Reformation.
Shout out to Will Skitsit. He says, much respect for having me on and allowing so much truth on your platform, on the platform.
Amen.
Awesome, on the platform.
Amen.
Yo, man, we're gonna have to end this and get to the music, man. Because,
man.
Yeah, I know you.
I should have came in earlier, huh?
Yeah, you know what you was doing, having fun, spiritual things. It's called
Love
Spirit.
You guys.
No,
I'm here for you. Anytime
I was talking to someone. I wasn't doing
No, I saw you talking.
We got one more super chat here. Godfather was like, what about the website Stormfront? Why is it online? I don't know anything about that. You guys know anything about Stormfront? Okay.
I know it's easy to make things up. I know it's easy to fabricate things. All you got to do is look at the viruses. What is it? It's CGI. So unless you can do it yourself, guys, you have to be your own scientist. You have to be your own healer. You have to be your own astronomer.
I'm with that.
True. That is true.
I gave that up to D because at least he went out there.
Yeah. Absolutely.
When you go out to
That's why, I try to bring good stuff for you, Killah. Nothing but the best for you, Killah.
No doubt. No doubt, Vinny, man. Hey, listen, it's been great.
Kenneth Rivera says, thank you for this. Harrison Diaz says, USA in all caps, a corporate business. Your name in all caps, a corporate business, or you're dead.
Yes.
You guys know about the capitalization.
Yeah. They play games with it. Yep. And it's all, that's why it's like 70% of politicians are lawyers because it's an insider game that they play.
Mm-hmm.
And they speak a language called legalese.
Latin, the language of Rome, guys.
That's
Same with
right.
doctors. They mask their crimes in Latin, the language of Rome. Remember that. Razul?
That's right. Latin is the language of the Freemasons as well.
And whenever they cast spells, a witch will speak Latin. Everything is in Latin.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. You gotta learn a little bit of the Greek though, because right, you know what I'm saying? You gotta learn the Greek.
That came later.
Yeah, it came a little later, and that's the father to the Vulgate. They call it the Latin, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
I'm gonna tell you something. Martin Luther. That's where the Lutherans come from. That particular branch of Christianity.
He never intended to create a whole nother sect. That's part of Rome. Rome divided Christendom in the same way that Rome tries to divide us based on race. There's no need. Calvin never had a desire to make his own religion. Religion is the tool of Satan. Religion is a tool of Satan. We were talking about that earlier. It is the purpose of religion is to keep people bound in chains. From a Christian perspective, I don't know. I guess you're Muslim.
Yeah, I was born and raised Muslim. Yes.
And from a Christian's perspective, it's you and Christ through the Bible. We don't need anything else.
Right.
Everything else is extra. Everything else, and that's what Rome wants. Rome wants those chains. Rome wants you to have to rely on a priest, a bishop, and a cardinal if you think you're going to heaven. And that's why not every Catholic is a Vatican assassin, but any Catholic can be called upon to become a Vatican assassin.
Wow. You know what? Okay, let me say this. I was just add on to y'all. You know what was always trippy about Catholic? It's the way that the worship was always like weird, like hold on. Even the songs were like dark and slow, and then they shaking the thing. Yeah, and then they do the what you call it with the drink the blood, the little wine,
the little wine,
grape
the bread.
juice or whatever they do.
The wine represents the blood.
It is blood. It's called transubstantiation, and the Roman Catholic Church teaches that it is the literal body and blood of Jesus Christ in direct abrogation of John chapter 6, where Jesus says very specifically, I'm talking you in the spirit. I'm not talking you in normal, regular terms, fleshly terms. And yet the Catholic Church burned Christians alive because they would not subscribe to this concept of it being the actual flesh and blood of Jesus Christ. That's why they have the crucifix. That's their trophy. They still keep Jesus hanging up in their churches because that's their trophy. That's Satan's trophy.
And a lot of times we get mixed up because the whole thing about them making the Mother Mary and stuff like that, and that's coming from Kemet. A lot of the Catholics took a lot of that stuff and brought it on, from Egypt.
The Queen of Heaven. Yes, priest, you know this. The Queen of Heaven. This goes back thousands of years. Babylonian, Sumerian, Egyptian. All they did was they took those old beliefs, those old religions, and repackaged them and then magically called themselves Christian. They're not. Right. It is an ancient Gnostic sun worship religion, and the Queen of Heaven is a huge part of it. Right. It has nothing to do with Miriam, the vessel that was used to carry Jesus Christ, the Yeshua of Nazareth. Right. Nothing to do with it. They've completely repackaged her to the point where Catholic doctrine says that Mary, Mother of God, Queen of Heaven, is co-mediatrix. The Roman Catholic Bible actually altered Genesis 3:15, which is a prophecy about Jesus crushing the head of the serpent. They altered it to say Mary crushes the head of the serpent. Blasphemy. Blasphemy.
You know what's crazy? They put that, Mel Gibson put that in the Passion of the Christ. You peeped that?
Yes.
Did you see the movie?
Yes. He was trained by Jesuits.
Gibson
He's a devout Catholic trained by Jesuits. Yes, good for you,
and I noticed that. I said, "Yo, that's." I said, I was like, "Hey, man, that's not in the Bible."
That's right.
They put that, and I said, "Damn!" I thought that.
How do you think Mel is a mega superstar? He's a devout Catholic. His father is even more Catholic. Mel has his own church. He made his own chapel where he can go to services. Huge, huge crazy. Catholic. That's the key.
Wow. And then, you look at the word, and then Catholic, you know what I mean? The word cat.
Universal.
Yeah.
Universal.
Could be talking about Cleophas.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah. When you go into those words with etymology.
That's the reason what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you look at a lot of things that they did. So, yeah, there's a lot of real dark stuff. And I like what y'all said earlier, because when you go, there are a lot of things that they call a cult, which means hidden. It's really coming from them. And then they kind of demonic or made things that were right more evil because they were killing people. They walk around talking about, the blood of Jesus, and then they were killing people. And then we know about the night? We're going to the Ninth Templar, and the
Knights of Malta,
Knights of Malta, and all of that stuff. They're all that good stuff. Y'all gonna get it here next time. You know what I mean? So I'll come in next time. I mean, it's too much, but I love where y'all going.
Yeah, you guys
leaving us off on the craft. Yeah, this is
God bless you guys for your courage.
We're gonna get it in.
Yeah, God bless you guys for your courage to even bring this up. God bless you guys.
True.
So
yes. Well,
thank you for coming on the show and dropping all these jewels.
Yeah.
Thanks,
man.
Love you back.
And thank you, Vinny, for bringing these amazing guests.
Vinny's the man. Vinny is the man.
Yeah,
Vinny is the man.
I called him at the last minute. Yeah, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that was the thing,
Yeah, what a good treat, because I'm just coming back from my my little spot dates, and then to come back to hear all of this is it's been truly great. It's been truly great.
I'm the other way around. I was really enjoying story time.
Oh yeah.
I only had a couple of hours to get ready too. I think it's good.
Indeed, man.
But hopefully we could set up something to the future, give us more time, Yeah,
and, definitely. We definitely. I can't wait to. Yeah.
Let me know what you guys want to talk about, because I do study up. It's very important to me that I give you names, places, and dates, and not just pull things out of my rear end, my six, as we say in the military.
Oh, definitely.
Give me your questions ahead of time.
Right.
Indeed.
Yeah, we see Vinny. We got you was no joke when you told us about him. Yeah, that's crazy.
And for those at home, you can follow Johnny on his website. It's in the description.
Thanks, AD.
Yeah.
I'm gonna holler at you, Vin.
Yeah, hit me up, bro.
Love you guys. Music time.
Yes.
All right.
Peace.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah. Peace, guys.
Peace.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so glad, man. I am so glad to be back. Feeling the vibe and the energy and everything. And
Indeed.
The tea.
Yeah.
It's just so much stuff that, at some point we're gonna have to start doing retakes on some of the shows. Cause some of them be really hilarious, man. They be really funny, and I've been talking to some people who said I had to go back, and if you watch some of the old episodes and things like that, and we had some funny guests and some funny things that happened on the show. So sometimes I'm gonna start taking that up and going back and looking at some of the shows and then going back through them, and it's funny.
Like a recap of the show,
the recaps,
for all the different episodes.
Yeah,
the funniest ones, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the what was hilarious. What? that was one, man. Tori, shout out to Tori. She had took that time.
Oh yeah,
yeah. We was talking on there. I want to thank everybody in the Podcraft, man. We're gonna play. Yo, it's time. It's summertime, so it's time to start leaking some new songs. You know what I mean? I know me and Kyle Zodiac got that Use Your Mind. And then I know Guam said that he submitted something tonight, so we're definitely gonna play some of that stuff. And we're gonna, somebody said great guest. Yeah, I think so too. It was a great guest, man. Last minute. Trouble Man said, yeah, I think it would be cool too. We go through some. Hey, what up, Jody? You ain't haven't seen you in a long time. She got three thumbs up. Where you been, Jody? How you doing?
Oh yeah, shout out to Jody.
Let me see. Ben Frank in the building. Shout out First Cause. New Precincts, yes. Somebody got Let me see. It's drilling time. No, hey, listen. Got to take some more of this.
What is this right here?
No, I've been doing the
matcha?
I've been doing the matcha.
Okay.
I've been up and bright, man. You know what I mean? Since we've been going through. Hey, he holding the serpent that Moses on the Red Sea. Is he holding this?
Once they see it, yes.
Oh, he's holding the staff. All right, let's get into the music. I love when AD, this is the part where AD start breaking this down. Go ahead, the intro. What's the...
All right, it's time for song promotions where we play tracks that were submitted to the show.
Hey.
The first one is right here by Lord Galaxar. It's called Art That Kills.
Y'all squares. You's an ill nigga. Golf gang in this bitch.
I kick flows for you.
Oh, yeah.
Kick down doors for you.
I'm not leaving my hoes for you. Shout out to all the Tias and abuelas. Love is love, word. Charleston, that's make a way for it, like, oh. Hallelujah. J. Galaxar to the Gamma Quad. Y'all just a bunch of squares like a carton of Newport. The sick whipping vibe make the bitch kick her shoes off. Shout out to all the sisters, love a nigga like Tupac. After I ate the commissary, bust off into a tube. Just like my dear old dad, them hard times is in the past. If I'm not chasing some money, probably trying to get some ass. My Spanish chick so fast, call her Speaky Gonzalez. She fine as fuck, plus the bitch cooked tamales. The code go 1530. Had a nigga clocking it early. Like a y'all wanna see my little birdie. Kept myself in illusions, all or nothing, I'm not losing. We vibing colors like a fucking mood ring. My Kundalini moving circles like the vision of Ezekiel. Look in my eyes, you see a wheel in the middle of a wheel. Be there for you like Jada and Will. Whatever will hear, that's real. Fine dining on fresh Seer, chilling at the Redondo Beach Pier. Beautiful, gorgeous women. My Cali swag got these hoes all in the bag. Sorta cocky, bad bitches seem to fall for that. Read the horoscope that said fall back. Bitches asking where I been at. Been in my skin, mind your business. Bunch of pockets full of loot like linen. Lord, I miss my auntie Penny. She's a rare breed, you didn't make men. Don't shock will make me rhyme like Biggie.
Go back downstairs one time to think. My brain racing, telling me to stay patient. She don't know I'm cool as a fan, gat in hand. I don't wanna blast her man, but I can and I will though. I'm trying to chill though, even though situation look kinda ill, yo. It came to me like a song I wrote. Told the bitch, give me a scarf, pillowcase, some rope. Got dressed quick, tied the scarf around my face. Broke the bitch up, gagged her mouth with the pillowcase. Played the cut, nigga coming on some love potion shit. Flashed the heat on him, he stood emotionless. Dropped the glass, screaming, don't blast.
All right. Give it up, that is.
Blast, don't pass.
That was Lord Galaxar with
I like that.
Art
I like,
That Kills.
I like that beat.
That beat was dope. This is the first time I think though that the production, it kind of sounded like the vocals was low.
Yeah.
It's too low to hear them.
Gotta turn up the vocals. All right. Next one is also by Lord Galaxar. It's called Woke, But I Take Naps.
Yo, this guy, I like this guy. His concepts are fun. I'm woke, but I take naps. Go ahead. That is so
Yo.
Try
to get these levels right, man. You making some dope shit, but your motherfucking levels. Ugh.
Sons of man.
Pickle Sacks gang affiliated. What? Hold up. Yo. Nickel Sacks gang affiliated. We stay fly like the wings of Hayruk. Getting chose by these hoes like hey you. Look away, bitch, I stay hard to get like calculus. Bench I gave a dick to squirt up my couch and shit. He spit like a brand new faucet. Shine the light, golf gang, shut off your gang like Charleston White. I'm rocking quartz and copper, flying keys on a kite. The thundercloud sound tell me it's gonna be alright. Sometimes I miss my baby moms and my wife. Just like old elastic used to be tight. Stop trying so hard, God, it's gonna be alright. Try so hard to find love, I dated Edomites. Knowing that we the light, original Hebrew Israelite. Kill you niggas like Marlboro Lights. The amethyst drip look like a cherry Sprite. Strawberry 7-Up, 7's up in the heaven like this is the life. I'm on arm, leg, arm, head like Voltron, or rather Megatron. Keep the all-spark, whatever planet we on. Shoot the shit to disappear, bitch like Tron. My aura shines so bright, they think I'm Crondon. Chocolate skin, pure white soul, just like a bonbon. Fuck up the dance hall like Sister Nancy's bomb.
I love it.
All right.
I love it. Yo, he's funny, hilarious, lyrical too. That was dope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cool
he
track.
saying some funny.
Guys, he got some styles, man. You know,
He's funny and he can rhyme.
Yeah.
He's got one more submission here. This one's called "We're Going to Be Okay."
You niggas late. War been on since the man overdue the man capital. Let me rap it. Catch me with my shirt off like LL Cool J. We hope you have a cool day. You Uber outside, shaking bake. Shade, stick my nose in your business like USA. Go to war with you niggas, I don't play.
We at war.
War games like Biden, watch me play with your paper. Been at war with wickedness, I'm glad y'all hate us. Fake like slap a bitch like Black Dynamite. My Kundalini be shining bright. Just found out a favorite bitch been watching me my whole life. Just like my tongue, you should have been my wife. From fucking random hoes on Skype. Vibrator, eroculate from left to right. Let me cuff her ass like Mary did Mike. Been at war with wickedness my whole life. Video chats in the shower with the hoes like, oh my god, what are you doing? Swear to God, I wanna drive you like a Cadillac. Give you a bad back. The box like rat-a-tat. Broke the session into 5 pieces like a Kit Kat. Give me a break, you bitch niggas never did that. Clit had a hoodie on, I pulled the lips back. Raise your Kundalini high as roller coasters, don't forget that.
President Joe Biden used to try to convince anxious Americans and anxious allies that democracy can and will succeed. He argued that the stakes couldn't be higher and that if Americans and allies remain united, that is the only way the West can overcome this crisis.
But I want you to know, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
He's definitely creative with his videos. I mean, you know, the whole package deal when you listen to Galaxar, man.
Lord Galaxar. From the Gamma Quadrant.
That's what he call it? From the Gamma Quadrant?
Yep, that's what he said.
I feel the name, Lord
He puts it in the form every time.
Gamma Quadrant.
Yeah, he's got a concept. He has a whole thing going.
You know, you got to give it to somebody who has consistency.
No, I like it. I like his whole concept.
Yeah, he could create. He probably got fans already.
Oh yeah,
like an MF Doom.
Yeah, yeah,
type
like
Cool Keith.
Yeah, Cool Keith style, right? With a mix of, you know.
Cool Doom.
Somebody said, "Oh, now Rasul like him." Well, last time, you know, we kind of, like I said, you know, we don't. That's just my opinion, bro. You know, I've always liked Galaxar. All I said was, you know, just put your shirt on sometime, you know. But at the end of the day, he got dope rhymes and he got dope beats, and like he kind of like remixes stuff. You know, Galaxar, you know, he does his thing.
You told him to put his shirt on.
Yeah,
but this was the last time.
And that was the last. And then he had another video. He had what he had on there? He had Cap in there, man.
Capadonna?
Capadonna in the video, and it was like it just looked weird. I don't think Capadonna would have liked it because it just looked weird. And then it was like he did.
Creative. I don't want to talk too much about it.
You know, it was just kind of weird. But I wasn't dissing him.
All right. Next, now we got Fella B from Melbourne, Australia. This track is called "Give Them." Fella B,
float like a boat. Yeah, that was
Fella
cool.
D's. That was nice.
From Australia.
Yep, he's always in the chat.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, Fella B. Yeah, Fella B. That's he from Australia, man. That's Australia, man.
From down under.
Shout out to Australia.
Oh, I gotta go back. That's my first time I ever saw the flying bat.
Oh,
that
yes.
was a flying fox.
The giant one? The giant Johns, right?
I was out there. Yeah.
Yo, you seen it?
I seen one.
What does it
At
look like when it's
nighttime.
flying?
It looked like it looked like Batman. It was me, Jizza, and I was out there with come on,
who's you with?
Me, Jizza, and
DJ Muggs.
DJ
Muggs.
Yeah,
and,
DJ Muggs.
And
Chase Infinite.
Chase Infinite.
Yeah, Chase Infinite.
He was telling me about that.
And it was like Batman at nighttime when he was walking. I was like, it's just Batman. It's a big flying fox.
Yeah, imagine if them Jones actually attack people though.
I think they eat fruit. They big, but they softies.
Yeah, but imagine if they did, like, it was dangerous. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of bugged out.
Neanderthal.
They're scary. They're scary looking too.
That's the land of the lost. In the land of the, you ever saw Land of the Lost? Take you out
In the land of the lost.
Yeah, I see.
Hold up.
You talking about
with
the
his
show?
family?
You talking about the show?
Land of the Lost.
Yeah.
That's a big fake little. It was bats and birds. It was like dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Every time he came out, he was with his family. They was like, "Oh, get back!" All you saw was a big leg.
It was a giant. Yeah.
They always do this.
Yeah,
I like watching.
That was the
B
bad.
films.
That was a stop motion animation in that.
So it was so corny.
It was old stop motion animation. That was like special effects back. I remember that show.
Good night to Kenneth Rivera. Aurora said, "Great show, thanks, Aurora." Aurora Borealis.
Shout out to Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Aurora.
All right, next now we've got Flame Jan from the Netherlands.
I see you out there.
This track is called Willem Jan Holkamp.
Who's this?
Flame Jan.
I like that cover.
Nip off and meet a guy called He's got a crack in 9/11 and you never know.
So you went for a sausage and come back with a Porsche?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic.
Who's always singing? I need to sing it out. Hey, D, we got that song. I did a song. Remember that song I did? I like this beautiful. Yeah, what was the name of it?
Yes, that one song you did that one time at that one part. Yeah, I love that song.
Yeah, they're like taking drugs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like taking drugs. We should play that. Strolling through the park.
Now he put a note here. Okay, I just played where he said play it from the beginning. At 14, all right, here's 14.
That's the time. I feel like taking drugs.
I like the snare.
Welcome to the summer. Welcome to the summer.
Hey.
Welcome to the summer. Having fun in the summer. Hey, welcome to the summer.
On the beaches, on the sand.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the sand.
Yeah.
Get a little deep. On the beaches.
Every time you come
in, cruising on the highway. Ooh. Hold on. Cruising on the highway, looking at the flamingos as we gaze through the summer day.
Hey, you just can't. Every time I don't know the track.
I try to come in, but it's like.
It's beautiful though. I like it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
Yeah. Hey. How do you like the color of your tea? Tea color.
Wow.
That's
Nice.
definitely in the cafe, yo.
That's nice right there.
Some good cuts right there. I heard some choppy parts, but I couldn't tell if it was intentional. But that was cool. And it sounds like the kind of tracks Priest would jump on.
Flamingo.
You know what I'm saying?
El Flamingo. Hey. That's how I like it.
Yeah, it's definitely a summertime type joint. You cruising down the, you know what I mean?
Cruising highway.
Down the highway, or you on a.
You on your highway driving down the car.
Your girl with you. She's looking good. Hair is flowing in the air. You know.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, bad.
Or you standing on the sun just looking at the beach.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. He said
You always gotta have a girl though with you.
Yeah, he didn't catch it yet. You go.
I ain't catch, yo.
I said, you didn't hear what I said? AD
No, I ain't catch it.
He said he's standing on the sun looking at the beach.
Oh, okay.
And then before that, I said driving it. I said you driving.
You referring to the
driving in your highway on top of the car. You know what I mean? You just cruising. No, I said you driving in your highway, cruising down the.
Is that like a flat Earth like?
Nah, he's just reversing the words.
Yeah,
around.
yeah.
You know, like when you get pulled over, you ask like, "What seems to be the officer problem?"
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute.
What you mean? I had what's that? What's the other one? I'm not as thick as you drunk I am.
Yeah.
Those should be t-shirts.
Yeah, that's funny. We got the one and only Mr. T in the house. He says, Tobra, I love the show. I had to go into work. I'll send some more music on the next show. I don't think it's the same Mr. T we thinking of.
Well, you thought it was actually Mr. T from back in the day?
I mean, it said Mr. T.
Hey, man.
I paid the fool that you didn't play my song.
Yo, put in Mr. T. Mr. T talks to the kids. We got to do this. Come on, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun, yo. Yo, this was hilarious.
Listen, fool.
What you talking about, please?
Yeah. When Mr. T talks to the children. Remember these commercials?
Yo, Mr. T was ill, yo.
Hey, if someone's touched you, yeah, look at
this. Beautiful and strong. And it wouldn't be here if it didn't have any roots. And you wouldn't be here either if you didn't have any roots. You see, roots nourish us and help us to become what we hope to be. Let me explain. Shut up, fool. Roots.
This is the remix. I want the old one.
You don't know where you're from.
Yeah, Mr. T. Come on, man. Hold on. Put Mr. T rap. No, it's rap. Go down one more. Well, that one. Yeah. Check this out. Let's go. This is it. We're going to try bombs. Let's have some fun.
Well, you couldn't be more than 5.
Yo, listen. It's going to be the best rap you ever heard.
Yeah, well,
Yo,
you're so skinny your eyes are in single file. Well, you're so ugly your ears stick out to get away from your face. Well, your mama is
Hold it, wait a minute. Don't bring anyone mother into this. She ain't here. If it wasn't for your mother, you wouldn't be here. So remember, when you put down one mother, you put down mothers all over the world.
Check it out.
See how you pulled the mic out from it? The message is real though. The message is definitely.
Check them out.
Treat your mom right, yo.
There is no other like mother. What? So treat her right. Mother, I always love her. I'm mother.
It's a good Mother's Day song.
Treat her right. M is for the moan and the miserable groan from the pain that she felt when I was born.
Love it, yo.
O is for the oven with its burn.
I don't like that snare.
Where she stood making sure
but look at
I
one
had
lady just
something
popped
to
up.
eat. T is for the time
temperature when I wasn't feeling right.
Cause he's so hard, you know his voice.
Money she spent. Mother, there is no other.
Hey.
Like mother.
Hey, we're gonna have to do this, and we have to do the Super Bowl Shuffle.
Yeah.
The Super Bowl Shuffle is the best from the Chicago Bears.
Oh, you took it back. The Super Bowl Shuffle was funny.
One more time with the Super Bowl Shuffle before we go, man. Come on. Super Bowl Shuffle. Hey, man, yeah.
Check out this verse.
Y'all ready? We're going to take it back.
Way back.
Oh, man. You took it back, yo. This is crazy.
R.I.P. Walter
We are the Bears, shuffling crew, shuffling on down. Doing it for you. We're so bad, we know we're good.
The sweetness.
Don't mind like we knew we would. You know we're just strutting for fun, strutting out for everyone. We're not here to start no trouble.
We're just the Super Bowl Shuffle.
Well, they call me Sweetness, and I like to dance, running the ball.
Walter
like
Payton.
Call me Sweetness.
We had the
That's Walter Payton.
training camp to give Chicago a Super Bowl champ. And we're not doing this because we're greedy. The Bears are doing it to feed the needy. We didn't come here to look for trouble. We just come here to do the Super Bowl Shuffle.
This is Speedy Willie, and I'm world class. I like running, but I love to get the pass. I practice all day and dance all night. I gotta get ready for the Sunday fight. Now, I'm as smooth as a chocolate swirl. I dance a little funky, so watch me, girl. There's no one here that does it like me. My Super Bowl Shuffle will set you free.
I'm Samurai Mike. I stop them.
Mike Cirucci.
Defense, big and bold. I've been jamming for quite a while, doing what's right and setting the style. Give me a chance, I'll rock you good. Nobody messing in my neighborhood. I didn't come here looking for trouble. I just came to do the Super Bowl Shuffle.
We are the Bears, shuffling crew, shuffling on down, doing it for you.
Ozone.
Stop
it. Get some help. Ozone.
That shit crazy. Oh, yeah.
Ozone.
Down in the street.
Yeah. The battle between, damn, what is it called?
Come on, man.
Turbo.
Turbo versus Crazy Leg. Was it that one?
Nah. It's Turbo. It's just a battle. Just put Breaking Battle when they hit his back, yo. This
We
is
was just
so
watching this at the
hilarious.
crib at your place.
Yeah.
I think it's like,
No, we wasn't. Yeah, we wasn't.
You wasn't?
No, we ain't watching.
You ain't show me this?
Nah, I ain't show you this one. Go the top one.
I think you did, yo.
Yeah, I did?
Yeah, you did, man. We watched this, yo.
Check out this part. All right, so what happened?
I already know. Yeah, because the jump.
Come on, man. You gonna spoil everything.
No.
Yeah. Ice-T. You ain't see Ice-T when he was young? Nah, wait till the dudes hit him, though. We're not gonna get in trouble for this.
And I am the Ice Supreme MC on the mic. We here to rock this house tonight. And hip hop to the break of daylight to rock that.
Here it goes. The first shut off is the best.
Don't quit.
Yo, they about to, I already know what's gonna happen, yo. Look. He's like, yeah, I'm about to look at my man right here. He's like, yeah, I got something for you.
Yo, it's all about
just received notification.
Oh, damn, I want y'all to see the last part, yo.
Yeah, we can't.
Damn, man.
Yo, we can't.
We gotta just say, at least say something. We gotta say something like what happened.
Hey, at least we got out of there right. We got out there fast. Yeah, I saw Ice-T, and then Ice-T used to well, I ain't gonna say nothing about the guy, but he used to break dance, and like most of us. But this is a treat when you get a chance. Check out this battle with Ozone and Turbo.
Yo,
them two.
I already know what it is. I already know what happened in that scene, son.
Yeah, I told you, bro. I showed you.
No, I seen the movie too, Priest. You ain't
noticed that part.
No. I knew about that. No, I knew about that. I knew about you. Just brought it to my yo, Sue. When we was over at your crib, you was there.
Oh, stop telling everybody. Hey, yo,
you brought it up. Man. You brought it up. I mean,
I ain't brought up my crib.
You showed us. Like, yo, Sue, check this out. Remember?
All right, show us another part. Show us something else, then. You show us something.
What?
Thank you.
Next slide.
What? I mean, we talking about breaking, man. I mean, we can't play it. Nah, I was gonna say one John, but you know.
Yeah, what I would have did is we can't show it, but I got some more funny ones. I got some hilarious ones for y'all. I can't show it all, but yeah, we got some.
Yo, Cover Boy, you a funny dude.
What he said?
He said ice teeth. Yo, you gotta stop it.
That's the OG, man. I can't do that.
You funny, man. All you gotta stop it, yo.
B Street Breakdown. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Oh, he talking about. Right. Oh, all right.
So next up, we've got
jokes.
But turbo dancing is not funny though. That's actually fly because that's when Galaxar, when they said turbo dancing, he kind of killed that. I'm talking about some funny ones that just hilarious, yo. It's just when you watch it, when you go back and watch it, it's just funny. That battle between them, because homeboy didn't even care. And then the girl was so corny. They had to do a flip. But the other girl it was just hilarious, just the close ups when they be popping.
Yeah. Yo, cause that one scene, I think what happened the first when they brought the one John out in the first and they bust Turbo and them behind, man. He ain't know what to do. And then they brought the girl, then they brought the John. They brought a John.
Yeah. But when you go back and watch it, the battle was so whack. The way they was showing it. It was just so funny because they just showed a real close up of her.
Oh yeah. You know, when they was like,
yeah,
that shit was right.
All right, AD, what up?
This next one is by Soul Ja. It's called Nimrod.
Oh, I like that name.
It's an MP3.
Don't play this Nimrod game anymore. Quit worshiping the fire.
He's from Birmingham,
eat
UK.
The food the way you're supposed to eat it. You gotta realize the evils of cooked food. Cooked food. The Feast of Nimrod.
I like the snare.
Yeah.
It's a snare.
1.5, 2 pH. My God, you guys understand what they're doing to us? Temples of sacrifice, that's what hospitals are. Shame on you guys. You're cogs in the wheel. You know what they want to do to you now. They're going to want to vaccinate you.
Shout out to K9 in the building.
Shout out to K9.
Part of how they're going to close and kill us. Your house is on fire, man. Child sacrifice right now. Look at these little kids with no hair. My God. We're throwing them in fire, but we're injecting it to them now. No different than pouring battery acid down their mouth or throat. This is insane.
To all the billers in the
You gotta wake up and realize it's all one.
I got no feelings.
Nimrod. Hold my hat brim down like a grim god.
Like that. They say, go all the killers and the $100 billers.
Yeah.
To all the real niggas that don't got no feelings. You kind of sound like that, Priest.
But I guarantee you.
I heard you say it. When you said that, I was kind of like,
the snare.
Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, the snare gets it there.
Before you know it. God God almighty. We're going to go back to the paradise we had once before. And that when that happens, you know, my friend, we're in for a treat.
Nice.
Yeah, that was hot.
Hey, great submission. I like
Razor
that.
sharp.
It got my mind thinking too. I want to write to something like that. It's so smooth and it's minimal. And this, of course, I like the snare. People making fun of me. I always talk about the snare. That was dope.
More snare in there?
I loved it. I liked it exactly how it was. It's very writable.
Yeah, it was dope.
Something to write to.
Yeah, I like that beat a lot.
That was
yeah, somebody said that was Havoc snare from Shook Ones.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
Coach Kendaka says today is Prodigy's anniversary of his passing today. So rest in peace to Prodigy.
Oh, wow.
Passed away today. May he rest in peace.
Absolutely. All right, next up now, we've got the DJ from Guam featuring Killah Priest.
Guam.
Photons and Protons.
What Guam?
The DJ from Guam. Shout out to Guam.
Mm.
The DJ from Guam.
Priesthood. Priest. Guam. Royal Priesthood.
You gotta play this one, please.
Yeah, that's what we do. After the Dogons prolonged, they came up with ideas that were so strong. The photons and protons. They wore a rainbow coat on. Ishtar had goat horns. They smoked with cookie odor with no bomb. The smoke was so strong. The Buddha, the ruler, ancient Sumer, the fragrance from the hookah, the language of the future, the conscious, cosmic darkness, conflict, bronze hip, concede, conjured, kings, Philistines, Constantine, Byzantine, a wizard dream, mystic kings, are written themes, hidden wings, forbidden in the ring. I fell from the sky, trails of the tribe, spells from the rabbis, the cat hides, the rat dies, bats fly, baptized. Last Testament, Black Devilsman, Elohim elements, last of the elephants, Othello, the ghetto prince, King Kundalini Caduceus, I'm life, Larry Lucid, Cherubim Cupid, Sargon, Starborn, our bargain with God forms. The last days, crime don't pay time, the state of mind made divine, to create the line. Let a shape shift, I bathe in wine. The sword swing, Lord Ming, pour more tea, sorcery. The story will continue. I'ma come back to it. Watch this. The greatness, I take it, I make it. How many forms of rhymes I wanna do? Storms, Metatron, Devil Horns, Aldebaran.
Shout out to
Priest is back. Yo, more fat. Yo, more in my rap. Yo, after the corruptible is made incorruptible, I'm indestructible. The mortal put on the immortality. I bring the galaxies. The war of the man in the dreams. Yo, self-esteem. Old grade, where's that steam? I come back with the victory through history, the mysteries. Which y'all know, I come out of the flow. I come out of the sword, I am the Lord. Most High with the ghost fly out of this, like Thor. Yo, what's up, Guam? We doing it. We got, my man Tree. They planted a seed and grew tree. Y'all know reality. Poetry. That's why we do it. Haunted tracks.
Fire.
Guam, that's fire, Guam.
Be nimble. And Jack be
Guam
quick.
and Killah Priest. Yeah,
It's like
buddy.
one
That
take
was dope, man.
No doubt.
If y'all want to submit tracks for the next show, go to
I
Killah
remember
Priest.
we did that.
.tv/song promo. The
I like
link
that beat too.
is in the description. So check that out. Also, we got a new segment now where we giving acknowledgments to birthdays over the weekend. June 16th was Tupac's birthday, as y'all know, last Thursday.
Oh yeah, right. Yep.
Let's see. On the 17th.
June 16th is.
On the 17th was Kendrick Lamar's birthday.
Somebody else's birthday. Huh?
Kendrick Lamar's on the 17th.
Oh.
Okay.
That just passed. On the 18th, shout out to Silk the Shocker and Trippie Redd. They had their birthday. Yesterday was D Nice birthday.
My name is D Nice.
Hey, and today is Sage the Gemini's birthday.
Hey Sage, happy birthday.
Shout out to Sage. Happy birthday.
Yeah. And
the Gemini, the 29.
Yeah. All right, so that is that for that.
Let me hear use your mind. We got no more songs?
That's it.
Let me hear use your mind. Let's play it. Use your mind. Use your mind remix.
Okay.
Use your mind remix.
Oh wait, you talking about the video?
Nah, just the song.
Okay.
I don't think I heard this.
Talking about this one?
Yeah. Treat for y'all. Summertime.
Oh yeah.
Kyle Zodiac featuring Killer Priest.
In 86, the devil raised the bar, but I'm a hurdler. And I'm the good thief. I sneak in your toxic house, the burglar. The musical Merkaba came to set free the Lucifer worshippers. Like James Bond 007, the soul of an old legend. Negative energy murderer. Good or evil, angel or demon interpreter. Kings with frankincense and myrrh. And perfumes anoint me soon as my birth occur. Like Ben-Hur, I'm indigenous to Gilgamesh. With brilliantness became the builders of the pyramids. Now we lost in American North wilderness. I became the force, a poor man's ventriloquist. On the island far away from home like Gilligan. Took us from our villages till we find our way back through resilience and our diligence. Do rags and wave caps, black fists look militant. And college remembrance, while living ignorance. Driving kids with innocence, dreams fly limitless. Straight towards the nebula, with cannon or the terror. Black boy's face, we all in this together. I chase demons in my cape, my sword and my scepter. His brother Glow the Great, the lord of this era. Royal priesthood, gold plates and treasures. Anubis, my
all
eye
flames.
Against the
Stop it. Put it back. You gotta hit that super chat for me one time.
Yeah.
Come on. God, Zodiac.
See those flames up there.
Royal priesthood. Let's go. Take it back. Priesthood. One time. Yes. We see the bombs.
Royal priesthood. In 86, the devil raised the bar, but I'm a hurdler. And I'm the good thief. I sneak in your toxic house, the burglar. The musical Merkaba came to set free the Lucifer worshippers. Like James Bond 007, the soul of an old legend. Negative energy murderer. Good or evil, angel or demon interpreter. Kings with frankincense and myrrh. And perfumes anoint me soon as my birth occur. Like Ben-Hur, I'm indigenous to Gilgamesh. With brilliantness became the builders of the pyramids. Now we lost in American North wilderness. I became the force, a poor man's ventriloquist. On the island far away from home like Gilligan. Took us from our villages till we find our way back through resilience and our diligence. Do rags and wave caps, black fists look militant. And college remembrance, while living ignorance. Driving kids with innocence, dreams fly limitless. Straight towards the nebula, with cannon or the terror. Black boy's face, we all in this together. I chase demons in my cape, my sword and my scepter. His brother Glow the Great, the lord of this era. Royal priesthood, gold plates and treasures. Anubis, my eye where your heart against the feather. Carted Satan out your soul, lifting him out, he's on the stretcher. With my divine helicopter, with shocking propellers. The outlines made of copper, the fortune teller. My dragon glows green like matcha. New York regalia, like Robin Walker is the prophet Walter. From the days of Iron Sheik versus Sergeant Slaughter. Blue around my garment borders. Fringes, execute vengeance. Mathematics, Qurans and Taurus. Rock the head of Horus. Rocks in the watch is gorgeous. Behind my will, it fell into the wheel. Metamorphin. Start spinning clockwise then counterclockwise. On the outside, my car became a flying
Zodiac.
Yo, masquerade killer, Michael hijacked the sun, matinee thriller. Zombie apocalypse, a center for disease. Says my tracks are way iller. Isodrenochrome cubes keep they cabernet chiller. And thought this thought, they don't want you to think. Knowledge is power, shock the flowers, make my aura look pink. To know the ledge, godly hour, push your thoughts to the brink. You can't even close your eyes, become a corpse if you blink. With the oracle sink, I was born in the Sphinx. Copper DNA necklace with historical links. Hiding poison in the food, in the water you drink. Cause they raised done and they just biding their time. Throw food the lost truth coming down on my mind. Stab you with a light ray cause you was dying to shine. Then I disappeared like a truth post in your IG. Holy Spirit dripping like a ghost in your IV. Can't deport them all, we was already here. So get in tune with the voices in the water right here. You don't see the embryo in the form of your ear. Invisible man, I make myself awfully clear. Royal priesthood, astrologies is Lord of the Spears. Throwing platinum plates, you thought the flying saucers appeared. Yeah, they scared to wear their own face in the street. Deep elixirs, beast addicted to the taste of the sheep. On Harry Potter's wheel, the God knew arrange my physique. Kai, Elohim, hemoglobin, the Arabian chic. 7 circles like the planets in the days of the week. Supreme math, solar facts in the language I speak. You brainwashed if you watching the news. Never make the wrong step when the law's in my shoes. The dream weaver make it seem there's no option to choose. Corona dope fiends, they be trying to nod. They in line to get shot, that's a fireman squad. Pharmaceutical, shoot to kill line with the gods. I cried for the angel babies that have died in the fog. Caught up in the crossfire, like a panther in a Klan rally. Zodiac, they need these answers in my hands badly. Like palm readers, break dancers in the sand valley. I moonwalked on chemtrails in the sky. On the path to ancient Kemet, weigh the scales in my eyes. The sun and moon temple sitting on the side of my head. A million years I still remember every line that I said. Hermes Trismegistus, serve me the statistics. 99 attributes of a law, 99% survival rate. Imagine the odds when you're the Neo, you're the one that made the patterns evolve. Another chapter to solve, why did Saturn revolve? Spinal column, I am Amen, climb the ladder to Oz. On a rocket to Nebula, the planet of the gods.
Hey. Nice, nice.
Yo,
that was fire.
It's gonna be a problem from this summer on. Royal priesthood, real lyricists is back. From now on, Rigo, shout out to Rigo. Come on, drop that 499.
Get used to the craft. Use my mind, turn the mic to a producer staff. Trying to fit these odd shapes in the box. Tetragrammaton, Tetris, see my face in the watch. Circle of life displayed in an arrangement of clocks. You can't be so diplomatic.
This is a treat, yo.
The locks.
Nice, nice, nice.
Fire. Killer Priest,
nice.
Zodiac collaboration.
That's KK.
You guys got the exclusive tonight.
KP, yo, KP Zodiac. Yeah, I like that. Put this out. We're gonna put that out, yo. It's gonna, from now on, since it's summertime, we're gonna give y'all all treats. Where's the other joint?
I got another
Royal Priest.
I got another last minute submission if you want me to play it.
Yeah, definitely.
We got one more submission that snuck through right here from Seer and DJ Akoza from Houston. DJ Akoza and Seer is from New York. This track is...
Video coming soon too.
This track is called Wolf Tickets. Let's go.
Easy. Easy, man. Yeah. Easy. A-A-S-I-R. DJ Koza. Yo. Yo, head cracks and get backs. I step stamp, I step stomp. That's past tense. You been warm, elastic. We been long. Chastity, I lock it, unlock it for profit. Connect 5 by optic. New Ozzy, that's hard shit. I'm closing my door quick. That real shit just blend right. Dead nice since headlights would flip. Yo, that's free life. Rewrites unneeded. With scrub, how's Korean? Deplete those that test. I delete, don't want stress. Delete things that drain. Hit delete on the strain. Only strain I need grain and I burn that too, man. Delete to no question. session. Elite with my message. I'm nice, Pete hit dirt base and run home, get gas face. Dirt
The
base,
90s is knocking back on the door.
Deduct me from your side.
Lyrics coming back.
No dip. Bloom style hit Lotus. Light up my bogey. Run up, speak coarsely. Don't act like you know me. Fuck backpack, that's not me. NASDAQ, I'm trying to eat. I know real killers. I know drug dealers. They don't pump no whack shit. Respect cause I craft shit. Authentic in actions. Don't need to pump fake shit. Wolf tickets. I heard you pitching hot wolf tickets. Come for me, you come specific. Ayo, them wolf tickets. I heard you pitching hot wolf tickets. Come for me, yo. You best to come with it. I say, yo, cracked on like early. Fast on a beat nut. Beatbox like Buff Love. Glow right, yo. Sunshine. Bust rhyme, ill vibe, yo. Hydration, hydro. Plane to the East Coast and tapping with my folks. Peach to feet, Greenie. DZ and Benji. It's mad heads, yo. Pardon me. The rhyme must move on, G. Army fatigue crews. Orange, I see you. I get that. Just come back. If not, yo, you'll get that. Bent tracks, I'm wired. Job done, I'm hired. I'm tired, the verse run. Enjoy the rest of the beat, money.
Yeah, give it up. That is
I like
none other than DJ Akoza and Seer with Wolf Tickets. Good submission. They made it last minute before we close the shop.
Fire.
That was dope.
90s style.
I like that style a lot, man.
It's like a buckshot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like the.
Yeah, a lot of fire in the chat.
As like Black Moon. What was that? Yo, come on, Duck Down. Like I can see that on some Duck Down type of vibes.
Yeah,
Like it's like weed smoke mixed with dope flows.
Yeah.
Very hypnotic.
That was very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, y'all.
Yo, let me tell you. I guess Al-Qad. So tonight, if AD is on it, we'll have something released. You know what I mean? Just for the summer, freestyles, all type of new stuff. If y'all want to just put some, let me see some fire in the trap or some tea. See some teacups. Make sure y'all get this matcha, man. Matcha, man. I want to be a matcha, man.
Bruh.
Make it pop. Yeah, I was walking out. Yeah, there was like maybe like 4 or 5 twerk outbreaks. You know what a twerk outbreak is?
Nah.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
it's
that.
When somebody's riding their car, they playing the music loud, or they pushing the car, they play the music loud, and there's a handful of chicks, and then they start twerking, and it become it's contagious, and it just go down the block. Everybody just be dropping it, and popping it, locking it, and bringing it back. So there was a bunch of twerk outbreaks. If you ever experience one, you know it's like you gotta almost like a natural disaster. You have to drop low. All the guys, we stand back and you just watch. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying nothing wrong with a twerk outbreak, but shouldn't be happening at, food events. When you're out with your boyfriend.
Where's my bitches?
They just got to know where they just start twerking for no reason.
Yeah, man. Every time there's certain songs that trigger twerk outbreaks. You know what I mean? I've been to a couple of clubs and they had the electric slide outbreaks.
Oh yeah, it happens.
I step out of there.
Old school John. Old heads.
Candy liquor. Don't play that. A couple of aunts in the building. You could tell because one person had walked and dipped. Next thing you know, the whole place is like, you know what I mean? You ever saw...
That's what happens if I play Blow the Whistle.
Oh, blow the whistle.
The whole club moves.
Yeah.
Just dong, gong, gong,
That's
dong,
number
gong.
one.
Dong, dong,
Yeah, I know how to get
blow
the
the whistle.
I got a little playlist.
Blow the whistle.
That's the number one.
That is just contagious.
Number one, twerk out. Yeah, contagious. Twerk, blow the whistle is definitely one.
I go on and on.
Doom, 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 doom. Yeah. Yep. It's another one too.
What's my favorite word?
Yeah.
Mojito
There is
said
another one. There's another one. I can't forget the name of that John. The one they always.
I got some E40 jams that hit too.
Yeah, I forgot about E40. Yep.
Tell me when to go.
Tell me when to go.
Tell me when to go. Ooh.
I like E40, man.
Yeah.
Throw the whistle. That's it. yeah. Throw the whistle. All right, yo, we out of here, yo. Thank y'all for coming through the Podcraft tonight. And AD, you can make your announcements.
That's it. We're gonna see y'all on Wednesday.
And make sure y'all cop this. Get it now because they're running out. I'm gonna be doing matcha tonight. Word. And thank y'all for coming through.
Peace.
All right. See y'all next time.
Thanks to guests.
Oh yeah.
Thanks
Shout out to Vinny and all the guests that came on.
Yeah.
Okay, the people of Canaan was in the paintings, not the cavemen, they were more ancient. They developed a Semitic language, but the biblical writers called them pagans. What a bold statement. In the scrolls old as the ages, I give you a photo of the first Afro-Asian to the Homo sapiens sapien.
Put information into our minds through repetition.
The mind goes back to a tropical Saudi Arabia, before it was called Mesopotamia, before people came out of Mauritania, and the Moors arrived to the shores of Lithuania. In Scandinavia, the Mobutu pygmies, gypsies, Sicily cave art. The sun and moon stars, they left trademarks to tell their holy days apart. Before the men was brave hearts and the musicians played harps. Abraham patriarchs. Before the converts, the 13th tribe called the Khazars. Beneath the quasars, but out of the radar. Before Gog and Magog, they played with two pieces of steel rods. The melanin Fadar, equalizer. The people's Elijah, the black Hebrew Messiah.
It was all there already. All that knowledge, all those rules and concepts about how to behave in the world. When you were in school, you sat in a little chair and put your attention on what the teacher was teaching you. When you went to church, you put your